Hello, everyone. Please note that this broadcast is strictly for educational, documentary, scientific, and artistic purposes. It falls under the EDSA. While the themes, imagery, or discussions may touch upon some graphic, sensitive, or challenging topics, the context is entirely analytical and educational. This stream does not encourage, promote, or glorify any kind of behavior or any acts, but rather provides critical analysis and historical documentation. In particular, we talk about a range of topics that fall under EDSA. Thank you for watching, guys, and make sure you hit the like button. Y'all, I was muted. Sorry. Shout out to everybody in the chat. All right. I am here. Okay. Again, YouTube, this is educational content. Don't take me down. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hold up, y'all. Like I said, I was moving stuff around and furniture, and I'm trying to get acclimated. This is what happens when I do like a deep cleaning. And then I had to get my coffee too. So it's here. Give me one sec. I'm back. All right. Get it together. And we're playing music, so I'm sure it's probably going to get dinged, but that's okay. You gotta have to have some music a little bit. It gets a little too crazy, you know? Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you. Everybody's like, what happened to the last stream? Well, the last live stream, we had to restart all over again. Okay. Hey, everybody. Hit the like button. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Is it Heath? Thank you so much. Justice for our beloved Tupac. Appreciate you and your work. Thank you. All right. So why don't we start with the finally, we're going to start with the transcripts. I know we got a little slow start, but how do you when you talk about Tupac, you got to talk about all the people like involved back in the day, all these like the Suge Knights and page 50, line 13, the Suge Knights and everything. It's kind of hard not to talk about all of that without, if you're going to talk about Tupac, you kind of have to, you know what I mean? All right, let me stop sharing that. So this is why it's important to detour. Now, I also want to see if we have any pictures out there. I'm going to go to Twitter and see if anything's been posted as far as pictures go. Hold up, y'all. Thank you, Nisi. Thank you. Clock it. Thank you for the jewels. That's really nice of you. All right, let me see. What do we got going on here? Oh, do we got people walking in and out of the courtroom? Let me see. Oh, Lord. Okay. Keefe D. All right. 16 hours, 3 decades after the Vegas Strip killing. Okay, this is an article. Now, I want to see, do we have Keefe D in court? Jury selection? Any photos out? Yeah, I mean, the ones that we have from yesterday. Trial, Tupac trial. Keefe D. See if any updates from the people that we had yesterday. Nope. Nobody's really talking about inside the courtroom. I'm waiting for the people to say something about what's going on inside the courtroom while they're doing jury selection, but there hasn't been a whole lot of nothing. Okay, fine. Tupac's murder suspect breaks his silence in jailhouse interview. We've already read that. We know it was the mistress. The mistress did it. Let's see. Tupac trial. Okay. All right. Get it together. There's 300 people, again, it's just like repeated updates. So I think it's important, if we're going to talk about and cover this trial, we got to talk about these court grand jury transcripts. This is important, right? This is why I think it's important to review them and everything. We have day 1, which we left off on page 50, line 13. Now, who's up on the stand? It's going to be, again, Dirt Rock, okay? Dirt Rock did an interview, and I showed you guys a clip, a little bit of what he said about Diddy and everything that he exposed about Diddy, okay? So I think it's important to kind of understand like his background, how he plays a role, how he's also distancing himself from Keefe D, because he's not, he's not trying to get in trouble or anything like that. But he was also an affiliate or Southside Crip member as well. And he talks a little bit about his interactions with Keefe D, which aren't a lot. It's all with Orlando, and Orlando's gone now. Okay. So we left at line 50. I gave you guys a little summary about what we talked about, and page 50, line 13. So the next question goes, the DA asks, question, everyone knew death row people were there? Okay, let me go up a little bit. A little bit. So the first question, I'm sorry, it goes, so wait, I'm going to break this down a little bit. What was it weird for Orlando Anderson to be by himself, given the fact that you were all in a kind of this situation? Answer. So Orlando Anderson wanted to go to the restroom, and this was at the MGM, and he didn't want, like, I guess the bodyguard there or whatever that was around. And so, Dirt Rock is talking about the fact that it's like, yeah, honestly, like Dre, he was always around Orlando, even in the bathroom, but this time I guess he wanted to be on his own. And so when the MGM video happened where he basically got jumped, and Tupac and Suge Knight and everybody was there, I mean, this was a huge deal, right? Everything was happening and he was on his own. And actually, when you see the video, you see Orlando Anderson with the Dan Marino jersey, and he's there with like some other folks too, but he was pretty much on his own. And he says, well, it was because we move in groups, I mean, that's very, especially with him not having Big Dre with him. Now we all don't go walk to the restroom with him, he says. It would have been Big Dre. Big Dre honestly asked him, like when he said he was going to the restroom, and Dre's like, oh, I'm going to go, and Lane told him, nah, man, I'm going to go. I got it. You stay right there. You know what I mean? I don't know what Lane was thinking. He knew that death row people were there. That's for sure. He knew that death row people were at the MGM. He knew that they would be there. Okay. Then it goes to question. Everyone knew death row people were there. And then he says, everyone knew that death row people were there. They even knew death row and knew we were there before we even got there. Not we. I'm saying we as in the neighborhood. So everybody knew that death row was going to be at this Mike Tyson fight. Okay. DA says, question. Yeah, so Big Dre tell you about what happened at that fight. Did he see the fight? Did he see the aftermath of the fight in terms of Orlando getting beat down? Okay, now again, I had a little like picture here because it's easier for y'all. Again, Dirt Rock is the witness. He's in the blue. Andre Smith is the big guy on the bottom. Let's see if I can move the chat real quick. All right, and then there's Terrence Brown. Zip is the one that is so Keefe D meets Diddy through Zip. Okay. And then Orlando Baby Lane Anderson is Keefe D's nephew. He's the one that gets jumped at the MGM. Okay. Just so people understand the pictures there. Okay. So then it goes, no, he didn't see it, or he would have right there with him. He's like cutting up in the words, or it's either the transcript. But they linked up after Orlando got together and walked off and met with his uncle. Question, Uncle Keefe D? Answer, yes. Question, at some point, was there a decision made? Did Big Dre tell you what the plan was after leaving the MGM? Answer, yeah. Well, they didn't have nothing like set in stone, but they wanted to do, but the whole idea was to catch him. Question, catch who? Answer, Tupac and Suge. Question, now, did you find out how they got firearms, or did they bring the firearms with them? How did they have the firearms? Answer, Zip. Remember, y'all, Zip up there. Zip, one of these players that's out of New York, of Harlem. That's actually how we met Puff. Puff, Diddy, Puff Daddy. That's how we got connected with Puff, is through his drug lord. Who's his drug lord? Zip. Even bigger, he was bigger than Keefe. Way bigger than Keefe D, but out of Harlem. And he had a compartment built in his Benz. Look at this. And he told Keefe, I got the pistol if you all need it. Da 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 da. But not only that, though, at that time, we had homeboys that lived here. So they were trying to coordinate linking up with the homies too. You know what I mean? That was living here all ready to get weapons. And they were going to meet at the club 662, right? 662 club. Like, you know what I mean? Like meet up. So who owns club 662? Keefe D. 662, the number is, if you spell it on the phone, spells out mob. Mob Pyru, Keefe D. All these numbers, they stand out for something. Even Orlando Anderson's jersey, what number did he have? Was it 13? Dan Marino? All of these numbers stand out for something, y'all. So just so people are aware, when you're dealing in gangs, numbers are they're meaningful, okay? They're always on purpose. There's always something about a number. Okay. Yes, I did. Not again. I just played it earlier when we started. Okay. So then it goes. Okay. Answer. Just they got the guns from Zip. Zip gave the guns to Keefe, he says. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Okay. Oh, okay, honey. All right. Sorry, y'all, baby bunny. He says, okay, answer. Just they got the guns from Zip. Zip gave the gun to Keefe. Question. And that's what Dre told you, that Zip got the gun? Answer. Yeah, that's Zip. Yeah. Question. So I want to show you grand jury exhibit number 7. And you said that Zip? Says yes. Question. So you heard from Dre that Keefe gets the gun from Zip. Had you ever seen this secret compartment before? Answer. I knew he had it. He used to have them in his vans. He used to have those kinds of vans where, like a family van, the big ones, but like safari vans, but he used to, they'd be like tricked out and we knew he had, we knew that he had compartments and stuff like that, but I didn't actually see, the compartment and things like that. So there was a compartment in the van. He's like, I didn't really see it, but the compartment was there. All right. Interesting. Damn, these trans. That's what I'm saying. They do. Let me not be shady, Abraham. Let me not be shady. But look they got the timestamps because they have a clock when they're typing these up. There's a lot of typos here, but we'll make it work. Okay. Question. All right. So Dre tells you the plan is to link up with everybody. Go to 662. Why 662? What were they expecting to happen? Who were they expecting at 662? Well, they knew they were going to bump into Suge and Pac that night because Pac was supposed to perform there that night anyways. And so, for a record, 662 is what that means, right? Question. Why don't you tell us? The DA knows what it means. The DA knows what 662 means. And here is Dirt Rock saying, it spells mob. So on your phone, 662 spells mob out, Question. So this is back in the day where you had to press a number 1, 2, or 3 times. Correct. Right. Okay. So, man, this brings me back to the T9 days. Y'all know when my Spanish speaking people are going to make fun of me. Back in the day when I was a child, it's related, right? Because as a child, I didn't know that in the landline world, you had numbers, right? You got your speed dial, and then you had the memories, right? So like number 2, you can like program your phone. Like if mom was, or somebody, a family member was number 2, you just hit 2 and it directly dialed to the family member, right? I remember, I'll never forget back in the day how I learned that in the phones there was letters is because of the 1-800 collect call, but in Spanish, I would watch the commercial in Spanish. And I think it went something like, 1-800-226-2727. That was 1-800-COLLECT. And I remember that commercial. I'd be like, 1-800-226. So it was, I remember watching it. It was supposed to spell out collect. So that's how I learned about numbers on phones as a child. And then, of course, you had pagers. But I mean, like, my dad never had a pager. We didn't, I never had a pager. They were cute back in the day. If you were like a kid and you had a pager, you'd want to get it decked out and you want to get like the little chains that went with it. Do you remember that commercial? Wasn't it effing annoying? And it'd be on Univision. 1-800-226-2727. It'd be like that. Anyways, let me stop. Y'all are laughing at me. But I just remember, that's how I learned that there was numbers on the phone. I was a kid. So it took me a minute to get that. Yeah. Y'all are so funny. I remember my dad walking around with the pager, the pagers, man. I'd be like, and it's supposed to like buzz or something, and then you get to a phone to call somebody. See, I think pagers are kind of hard to ignore. So if somebody's calling, whereas a phone, people get a lot of phone calls. A pager, it's like, I paged you. You can't really ignore somebody's calling on it. Like, you're not picking up the pager, but you know what I mean? Like, if somebody's paging you over and over, at some point you're going to have to call them back, because otherwise you're ghosting them. You're ignoring them. So that's why pagers aren't around. It's a good thing. Or the chirp phone. Okay, now I'm aging myself. The chirp phone. The chirp phone, I used to have roommates. Damn, chirp. That shit was so loud. I'd be like, now, is that really necessary? Be like walkie-talkies in the campus. You hear one chirp, chirp, chirp. It was so, people put that shit so loud because they were showing off their chirp phones. That was the thing. Chirp phone was a thing. I was back in those days. Y'all will never, the youngins will never understand their chirp phone. But yeah, the Nextel. Yep. See, the chirp phones are cute. I would totally buy a chirp phone. I would trade in my iPhone for a chirp phone any day. Any day. I think those are cute. Yeah. Except you'd be at the store and then the damn chirp thing would be going off, or your roommates, or the chirps were going off in the middle of the night. That's too much. Anyways, 911 on a pager was call me back right now. Oh my God. All right, y'all. I'm taking you back to memory. Y'all are talking about all kinds of phones now. You guys are talking about all kinds of phones. I would trade in my iPhone for a landline. Would you? No, because landlines are expensive now. You said I miss my Nextel phone and those chirp phones. Oh my God, man. Those were something else. We'll never get that time back. We'll never get those times back. You have to have your voicemail intro all smooth too, with the right background music. No, I had there's this one girl on social media. She'll play the music and then she'll be like, all right, guys, leave me a voicemail. And that's what's the voicemail back in the day. I used to have Nice and Slow by Usher. Oh man, that was like, all right, leave me a voicemail. And then you'd hear Usher playing Nice and Slow at the background. All right, y'all. Y'all go see, people are like, this is why she needs to be medicated. She'd be going off the rails. By the way, I got to go do something real quick too before I conclude. I got to put some stuff in the microwave real quick. Anyways, so you guys make me go off the rails. Why were we even talking about chirp phones? And all right, so 662. Okay, so he says it spells mob. So your phone 662 spells mob, Question. So this is back in the day where you had to press the number 1. Okay, he says that. Correct. All right, so 662 corresponds to mob. Answer, yes, it does. Question. Now, and you had mentioned that Keefe was trying to organize people you guys had out there also to go to 662. Is that correct? Answer, correct. Well, let them know this is what's going on, and we were beefing. Okay, here it is. Correct. Well, let them know that this is what's going on, and we were beefing. Well, we already was beefing, but it's on. We had it all over here. Of course. They're like, okay, let us get it together. Boom, boom. We're going to meet up. We're going to meet you guys over there. All right. So this is kind of how we said everything went down, the communication. Now, hold up, y'all, because I might have to get my water. Yeah, let me do that. Let me go get my water. All right. Keep talking about phones. I'll be back. Girl, keep talking about phones. The sitters should be on the way. One sec, guys. All right. Sorry, y'all. I had to put something in the microwave. So I'm going to wait for it to heat up. Okay. So then it says it's fair to say communication was a little bit more difficult back in 1996. He answers, yeah, way different. Yes, 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 way different. So that's why the time gap of because in that case, they would have been at the MGM in like with so then it says right here, witness snaps. Like that, anything's accessible right here. You can hop on the freeway, boom, you're there. But yeah, so they just went on their own. So we were going anyways. But question. So Dre tells you what happens? Like, do they see Tupac and Suge at 662? Answer. Not actually at 662. On the way to 662, they can see him. They said how they seen him with Suge and them had an entourage of cars behind them, with different people, homies, possibly security behind them. And then they said that they caught their eye was they see some girls who was like, oh, that's Tupac screaming out in the car. That plays in every freaking reenactment of that time. The Tupac, the girls in the car, and those witnesses, because they were witnesses. From what my understanding, I can't remember if one of the women spoke out, but she basically like disappeared. People can't find her anymore. There was one of the women because there were some women, there were some guys, and then there were some women, and then there was a person that took the photo of Tupac before his death, right? Like the last photo, the one that we've all seen. But the women that were in the car, I want to say one of them spoke out and then she like disappeared. We might have to find that video, y'all. I'm gonna have to look for it because I read somewhere that that's what happened to this young woman. Okay. So then it goes, he says, and then they said like what caught their eye was that they see some girls who was like, "Ooh, that's Tupac screaming out the car," like Tupac, Tupac, Tupac. So that alerted them because they didn't know which car nobody was in at the time. Okay. So that signaled them to like Tupac and them in the 745 or 750, whatever it was. So T Brown merged a certain way because remind you, he says, they were in an entourage. So the homies was in an entourage and they kind of, just zoom right up on the side of where Tupac and them was at. Yeah. Oh, so here you go. Okay. This is good. So the guy that took the last photo of Tupac, he's going to be testifying. It's interesting. You know what? Let me see if I can find that video. I want to see if I find it, y'all. Hold up. Women in the car yelling Tupac. Now, hold up. Because I remember I remember that. And it's been like, I remember the girl did like an interview or something. Hold on. And they were witnesses. What happened to the witnesses? The women that were yelling Tupac's name in the car in Vegas. What happened to them? I want to say one of them like disappeared. Like she was like out, gone. So they weren't injured during the attack and later gave statements to the investigators, remaining private citizens who were never. There was an interview that one of them did, but they said that they remained private. Oh, I don't know. I remember there was once an interview that I saw. I just can't remember where I saw it. Baby Cakes, I said, I had to change my mom to Mamacita in my phone because I noticed the number corresponded with 666. Didn't like that. Yikes. Oh, that's crazy work. Thank you, Baby Cakes, for the $5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Now, Nate, thank you so much for the gold coins, love. Thank you. Mixed with Mrs. Addie. Thank you so much for the finger heart. Thank you, love. Shout out to my mod, Pika. Thank you for the floating heart. Nisi, thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you, Nisi. Thank you. Corinsa, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you. Oh my God, Nisi, thank you. Clock it. Thank you. And then thank you again, love, for the super chat. I appreciate it. All right. I'll have to find it. I'm sure that I saw something, but it's been so many years, y'all. Okay. So when it goes. Okay, where's it at? Here it is. So they merge. They see the girls yelling, Tupac. They merge. Terrence, he's the driver. He merges in there and they zoom in. This is based off of what Dre is telling Dirt Rock, okay? And then it goes, question. I'm going to stop you right there. You said T Brown. Dre told you T Brown was driving? Answer, yeah, T Brown was driving. Keefe D was in the passenger side. Orlando was in the passenger rear, right side. And Andre was on the left side. Okay, now does that match with what Greg Kading said? Well, not Greg Kading, but what the recordings say in the proffer, because I remember seeing that image, and we did talk about this. Greg Kading, there was this like driver seat Keefe D image. Let me see if we could, because I remember there was a image that was drawn for us. Let me see if I can find it. Does this match to what we're going to have to listen to that at some point? I want to see if it matches to what was said. But he says T Brown was driving. Keefe D was in the passenger side. Orlando was in the passenger rear, right side of Andre on the left side. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, these are the individuals. Terrence Brown is T Brown. Dre Smith. Andre was on the left side. Orlando was on the passenger rear. And Keefe D was in the passenger side. Okay. So Keefe D didn't shoot Tupac, right? Keep that in mind. There's only two people that could have shot him without them hurting themselves. And this was a discussion too in the Mopreme lawsuit. So then it further goes. Okay. And was T Brown, was he known as somebody who could drive pretty okay? Answer, well, yeah, he did a lot of T Brown was one of those people that does a lot of dirt. So he had to drive away from a lot of people in his lifetime. He was actually pretty good at it, Question. So he was known as a pretty good wheelman. Answer, yes. Question. And then you said Keefe D was in the front passenger seat? Answer, yes. Question. Does that surprise you that Keefe D would be in the front? I mean, given the fact that his stature, he's the OG. Wouldn't it make more sense to you that he was the front? Answer, yeah, he wasn't going to get in the back. Question. And you said Orlando Anderson? Answer, is behind his uncle. Okay. And didn't Keefe D at one point say that it was Orlando who pulled the trigger? Okay. He is behind his uncle. Was behind his uncle? Yeah. Question. And then you said that Big Dre was on the driver's side back? Answer. Yeah, behind Terry. Okay. Question. Okay, so Big Dre tells you what? What happens after they see Tupac? Answer. Well, yeah, they got on the side of him. Keefe handed the gun to Lane. Okay. Question. And Lane's Orlando Anderson. Answer. Orlando Anderson, yeah. And he handed it to him, which honestly, if it wasn't Orlando sitting right there, I think he would have handed it to Dre first because Dre is on that side. But knowing that knowing just what happened to Orlando, he's going to give Orlando the chance to redeem himself in a certain kind of ways. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to give you the option to do your thing. You know what I mean? Question. So in gang culture, it's typical that the person who took the beating, answer, yeah. Okay. Question. It gets to the exact revenge. Right. Because who's going to take initiative if you don't want to take initiative for yourself? Question. Would it be fair to say that would be expected of Orlando Anderson? Answer. Oh, for sure, Orlando. He wasn't coming back to Compton with nothing being done. That would put smut all over with everything that he feels he gained by being in the gang world and what level he was on by him going back after getting stomped out like that. Now, everybody, feels that you're what you are. So what you are. So no more. You know what I mean? Question. And so you have the gun being passed from Keefe D to Orlando Anderson? Answer. Uh-huh. Question. That's what Dre told you? Answer. Yeah, that's exactly what he told me. Question. But it's fair to say that Dre told you that Tupac vehicle, the BMW, is actually on the driver's side. Is that right? Answer. Correct. Question. And so what does Dre tell you happened after Keefe D passes the firearm to Orlando Anderson? Answer. Answer. All right. When he passed the firearm to Orlando didn't have a clear shot. Big Dre is 6'6". At this time, he's like 370, 400. He's big. And you're not going to be able to lean over a big guy like that and get, my time of knowing things, you're not going to reach over like that because shells would be popping all over him in Big Dre's face and that kind of stuff. He can't bend over or anything. He's too big. So Dre said that he's on my side, basically. I'll do it, basically. But it was, you only have a split second. So the way I'm saying it might have seemed a little slow, but this is how he did it. Lane couldn't get a clear shot. Boom. Dre said, hey, give me the pistol. Got the pistol. Boom. Did his thing. Did the shooting. Now, you hear a lot of speculation about the big arm. Y'all taking notes? Taking notes because I do wonder how the defense for Keefe D is gonna, what the defense is gonna bring to kind of get at this, right? He's probably going to be questioned potentially. I don't know. Is he going to be a trial witness or is he just a grand jury witness? We never know. Are they going to bring some of these individuals back? What if he changes his story at the trial? Is it going to be consistent? Is he going to see the same? What's going to happen here? Okay. Because these are very specific details. You're talking about somebody who's recounting, if you want to think about it, hearsay. Because he didn't directly witness it. Who witnessed it? Dre is telling him what happened. Dre is telling him what happened. And he's saying exactly what it is. So if I'm Keefe D's attorney, I'm gonna go into that hearsay and figure out the holes in the story. This is like the easiest way to get at somebody, right? Somebody with a memory of 30 years, hearsay, you're recounting hearsay. Dre died. He's not here anymore to say or speak of anything. Remember, the only surviving witness of this is who? Suge Knight and Keefe D. You know, another thing that the defense is going to do, he's going to poke holes, right, at the person's character. He's going to poke holes at the person's character. He's going to say, and this is just me speculating because I do think this is going to happen. Mr. Dirt Rock, Mr. D, Mr. Dirt Rock, did you make a deal with the, prosecutor's office for immunity? That could be a question. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Or did you fall out with the Southside Crips, or did you, fall out with Keefe D because of, maybe something you were promised and it didn't go through, and so you've been mad ever since then, and so you've been telling a whole different story? This is why it's so important for us to review these grand jury transcripts, because now, next week, when we have the hearing, we're going to have a really good idea what's going on, right? All right, hold up, y'all. I got to get something from the microwave now. Hold up. All righty. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Crazy that many of the dudes died makes me think that they all silenced. Yeah, they all got silenced somehow and didn't want them to tell the truth. There you go. It does make you wonder. I just think it's a quick Google hearsay allow for grand juries. I mean, anything go. I think that in grand juries, the rules are a little bit different. If I remember correctly, when we were reviewing some of this in the D4BD thing. So far, y'all think guilty or not guilty? I guess it just depends, man. Yes, Orlando was killed. He was. I want to say 2 years after Tupac died, but he was. Generalized arguments are not allowed. Generalizing is never allowed. But if there's other proof he had a tendency to lie, that will be allowed on impeachment. There you go. Come on now. And you're talking about somebody who is a former, member. I'm sure that there's something that's going to be, I'm sure that his defense is going to bring something up to that effect of like, didn't you lie here or what? You know what I'm saying? Like something's going to poke holes. Somebody's memory from 30 years ago. I mean, he's talking about hearsay. That's why I wonder how this is going to stand, right? But again, who knows? And this is not me calling him a liar. This is me telling you that procedure, like what is this going to look like in court is important, right? Okay. So, and then it goes, we're not going to go into any of those things. It's a question or statement. Answer, yeah. Just what other people are saying. I just want to hear what Dre told you. Okay. Answer, that's exactly what Dre told me, that he did the shooting. Okay. Let me remove this. Who's Dre? The big guy on the bottom. He said he was 300 to 400 pounds. It's a big guy. That's Suge Knight size. Okay. It's a big guy. All right. So let's keep going. Thank you. And yeah, hearsay is allowed in the grand jury, so the questions will have to be asked differently at trial to allow those statements to come in. There you go. Okay. And then it further goes. This is why the grand jury is always so interesting, the questions, because things are a little bit different in grand jury phase. And then it says, all right, just what other people are saying. I don't want to hear. Okay, so he says, exactly, that's what Dre told me. He did the shooting. Okay, Dre told you he did the shooting? Question mark. He did the shooting. Question. And based on his size and where he was positioned, where he says he was positioned in the car? Answer. He was better positioned to do it, period, he says. Question. Okay, now, one thing I didn't ask you is, did he ever tell you, excuse me, hold up. Now, one thing I didn't ask you is, did they ever tell you what car they were in? What kind of car? Answer. Yeah, it was a white Cadillac that was rented from, I believe it was Terry's, his mother's, or his brother's. I know his brother used to rent a lot of cars for him. I don't know which one. It was a brown. I don't know which one, but yeah, it was a Cadillac. Question. And did Dre tell you what happened after Dre's shooting? After Dre shoots? Answer. Yeah, he said that after he did the shooting, the entourage that was behind Suge and them, they said once they, was about to hit that corner, that a few shots occurred from what I heard back then was Trayvon and them trying to chase Lane and then down. That was a lot. It's like none of this makes sense. Okay. So Dre told you that Trayvon, the person, if we can take a step back, the person whose chain got taken back at the Lakewood Mall, Trayvon is the one that's returning fire. Answer, trying to chase him down. Okay, so that's what he said. That there were some witnesses behind. The entourage was driving behind Tupac and Suge. But remember what Mo Preem said, that one of the men that was in the entourage that they said was a witness, he was killed shortly after that year in like New Jersey or something. So there was no more living witnesses. Answer, trying to chase him down. He was in the car with someone else, but I don't know who. But yeah, Trayvon sent a couple of shots their way, at Keefe D's way, Keefe D and them way, trying to pursue chase. But Terrence got away maneuvered. It was some girls too that was trying to follow Dre and them. Okay. Dre and them. He said he just gave them a couple back, like boom, 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 and he said that they just veered off. Basically, that's how they just kept going. So after they shot at Tupac and Suge, they're saying that, and this is something that I also heard, there were some women in some other cars that started following them. And so then in order to veer them off, they basically shot at the car, and those witnesses also went the other way. Those witnesses, whatever happened to those witnesses, God only knows, because we never heard back from them as well. That's why I find this to be so interesting. The level of details of some of these witnesses, or, people that actually did the shooting, what they're saying, right? Question. So then did Dre tell you what they did after the shooting? Answer. He didn't exactly tell me. Question. So if he didn't tell you, then answer. Yeah. And I didn't ask. You know what I mean? Certain things, when you get too involved in it, like, oh, and well, then what did you do? Is that a question? Hold up. Yeah, I didn't ask. You know what I mean? Certain things. When you get too involved in it, like you say, oh, well, then what did you do? Now it seems like you're just trying to get information. Okay, I see. And they'll just think that that me, like, man, why are you asking me? You know what I mean? So you kind of got a lot to, to let that come out too, from then, you can't really ask, oh man, this and that. You can't. That's like carnal sin. He says a lot, but says little at the same. Like, it's like all over the place, and you have to like skip through some of these words. So ultimately, he says, you're asking questions, but you can't really ask a lot. And ultimately, if you ask too much, they're going to say, well, like you're committing a sin or something for asking too many questions. Why do you want to know so much information? Type of situation, right? Word salad. Yeah, it's like, damn, just say it. He has a hard time. Question. Let me ask you this. I mean, was this just part of a normal? Was this just him relaying it to you, or were you trying to get information? Answer: no, I wasn't trying to get information. It was just standard conversation. We lived together, talk about stuff. It was that type of setting. So when you came back to LA, did you ever see the car again? Did you ever see that white Cadillac? Answer: yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah, they had it a couple days before they left. Question: so you saw it before they left? Yeah. Question: and then did you see it after? Did you see it after at all? Answer: I didn't see it when it came back. No, I didn't. Question: who was driving it, or who had the white Cadillac when you saw it before they left? Answer: Terry. Yeah, Terry had it. He had it. Question: so okay, so obviously this whole thing, ultimately you learn that Tupac dies, right? Answer: correct. Question: and this is a huge worldwide story, right? Answer: yes. Question: and amongst not just the world, but amongst the neighborhood, is it fair to say that people are talking about what happened in Vegas? Answer: oh, yeah. Question: and did Dre ever publicly go around the neighborhood saying, yo, I shot Tupac? Answer: no, he didn't. One reason he didn't is, for one, you don't want the heat. I killed a rapper, Tupac, especially at that point. Not only that he didn't want to take the credit for Orlando. So they wanted Orlando to take the credit for this. And Mopreem brings this up, right? Tupac Shakur's stepbrother. Again, he's like the estate. He's Mutulu. He drives the executive and the Shakur executive and everything, right? The father. He drives this point in the lawsuit. He says, they wanted to make sure that Orlando took the credit. Okay. So he said he didn't want to take the credit for Orlando while you were in the hood. Were people, or in the neighborhood, were people assuming that Orlando was the shooter? Answer: yeah, that's how it was painted. Everybody said Orlando did it. Hell, even Keefe D said that Orlando did it. Hold up, y'all. I mean, he said that he did it, right? So, I mean, there was this like credit thing that had to be standing, right? And that's also talked about. Hold up, y'all. But anyways, okay. And it says, okay. So he said he didn't want to take the credit for Orlando. While you were in the hood, were people, or in the neighborhood, were people assuming that Orlando Anderson was the shooter? Answer: yeah, that's how it was painted. Everybody said Orlando did it. Question: so the word on the street was it was Orlando. Answer: it was Orlando. Word on the street. So Dre told you he didn't want to take the credit for it? Answer: yeah. He said there wasn't no reason. It happened to him. It happened to Orlando. And by him knowing the street aspect of it, he no, like that's his best bud. He go ahead, man. I'll let you get, this glory at that time. So yeah, he just kind of fell back and left it alone, kind of. Question: now, did it affect in the gang culture, particularly in the mid-90s? Like, was it important that Orlando Anderson is the person that gets the retaliation for the beating that he took at the MGM? Answer: yes, because back then it was called you got to get your man. Question: okay. So that's like whenever somebody they did something to you, your whole thing is you have to go and get your man because you won't be respected. If you do anything else besides get your man, it was all for nothing, basically. That was the answer. Okay. Question: so, I mean, would people look at Orlando in a slightly lower level if it was his homie Dre that did the shooting? Answer: yeah, they would. They would. A lot of people wait for those moments. You know what I mean? Yeah, a lot of people wait for those moments to kill somebody. Lord have mercy. I guess, different neighborhoods and stuff like that. Okay. A lot of people wait for those moments, is what he said. I'm just like, ugh. You said, if it says, one more time. I know and it throws me off because I'm reading it. I'm expecting it, but I'm reading it, and it just throws me off. I'm just not used to. I know you can say, I've said, a lot, but when you read it in the sentence, it just throws you off after so much. But yes, I bet Suge Knight didn't know Crips was out in Vegas that night. Slipping. Got to put your work in. That's what they said, There I am saying it. Okay. Okay, hold up. If you do anything else besides get your man, it was all for nothing, basically. They had to prove themselves. That's right. All or nothing. Question. So, would people look at Orlando in a slightly different way? Okay, we read that part. And he says, yeah, they would. A lot of people wait for those moments, he says. He ain't all that, or he's not this. And then if that came out that he didn't do it, like now it's a whole thing. Now you're subject to get tested because you're not that person you're supposed to be portraying to be. You're supposed to portray to be, he says. Question. And by getting tested, you mean other people the gang might challenge? Answer. Yeah, they might try to challenge. What I mean, your gang, and that can be a problem. Now, he says, when you were in the group settings with Orlando Anderson, would people ever say, like, would the homies ever say to Orlando, oh yeah, you got Tupac, or mention the fact that he answer, yeah, a few times. Yeah, a few homies. Yeah, see, our homies on our block, though, we all South Side, but they're street, But right there where we at, nobody on our end was saying nothing like that. It's the other side in the hood that just want to be like, man, you did Pac, bro. Woo, woo, woo. And to be honest, Lane, just be like, man, you all are crazy, man. Don't believe everything you hear. He used to shut them off, which they knew the truth. Question, right. Answer. But you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Well, they thought they knew the truth, but he never gloated about it. Question, he just played it off. Answer, he just played it off, man, all crazy like that. So he never gloated about it or took it as like, oh, I'm the man. Honestly, I never seen that. I didn't see that in him. You know what I mean? Question. Now, one last thing about the time they were in Las Vegas. You mentioned earlier that Dre said Keefe D provided the firearm for the shooting. Is that right? Answer, yeah. Well, Zip provided it and Keefe gave it. Yes, right. Question. And in that car, in that situation where you've got T. Brown, the driver, you've got a couple of young soldiers in the back, and you've got Keefe D in the front, who's the person in charge in making the plans of what's going to happen in that car? Answer, Keefe is. Keefe is the one who's going to make all the arrangements and all the plans until that gun goes off into somebody else's hand? Question, Okay. So this is the answer. I feel like I read it like a question. So he says Keefe is. Keefe is the one who's going to make all the arrangements and all the plans until the gun goes off into somebody else's hands. Okay, that's his answer. Question, Answer, because now you going off on your own accord. You know what I mean? He can't control. He can't question. He can't force somebody to shoot. Answer, he can't force. Yeah. Question, but if Keefe hands the gun to Orlando and Orlando says, no, I'm out, that's going to cause a big problem. Answer, oh yeah, that would have went real left. That would have went real left. Okay. Question, and if Keefe handed the gun to Dre, answer, it would have went very terrible because that's not no blood to Keefe. Keefe would have came back as much as he talks. He would have came back. Oh yeah, he this and that and da 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 da. Yeah, but he would have really poured it on to Big Dre. He would have poured it on him. So let's break that down a little bit, okay? Because this is a lot. Like Dirt Rock, slow it down. DA, break it down, okay? Dirt Rock is saying here, he's being asked, and if Keefe handed the gun to Dre, so basically going back even a little bit, like if Orlando was given the gun and Orlando refused to shoot, right? Because Keefe can't control the gun. I think this is an important question that even the DA is asking, because if you think about the charge, what is the charge exactly? Hold up. I've said it so many times. It's just so long. Hold up. Keefe D charge with, and I know it's a special circumstances because of the gang and the arrangement. Hold up. Full charge. I want to make sure I quote it correctly. 1 count of murder with the deadly weapon with the intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal gang. Okay. And then the full charge and enhancement. So this is the core. Open murder with the deadly weapon. The enhancement, the indictment includes 2 specific sentencing enhancements voted on by the grand jury. These are the transcripts that we're reading. Deadly weapon for the use of a firearm during the commission of a crime. Okay. He didn't, he got the gun from Zip, but the gang enhancement for committing the offense to promote, further, or assist a criminal street gang, the Southside Compton Crips, which carries an additional potential penalty of 20 years in prison if convicted. Okay. So breaking this down more, right? I think this is why the DA is asking the questions the way that they're asking them. Because it's like, all right, let's break this down. Let's go a little bit further. If Orlando was given the gun and he said, nope, I don't want to do it, he would have heard it from Keefe, would have heard it from Orlando. But what if Keefe gave the gun to Dre? Same. He's telling us right here. And if Keefe handed the gun to Dre, he says it would have went very terrible. That's not no blood to Keefe. Okay. Orlando would have gotten a talking to from the uncle. But Dre, maybe he would have taken out Dre if he didn't shoot. Because Dre's not blood. I mean, like they're not family. He says it would have went very terrible because that's no blood to Keefe. Keefe would have came back. As much as he talks, he would have came back and, oh yeah, he this and that and da-da-da-da. And he would have really poured it onto Big Dre. As much as 370, 400 pounds Dre, I'm pretty sure he was bigger than Keefe D. Yeah. He would have poured it onto him, he says. Okay. Question. So if they wanted to stay in good with the gang, good with the neighborhood, they had to do what Keefe was saying. When he's handing it over, Keefe's orchestrating. When he's handing the gun back, handling the gun back or handing. Hold up. When he's handing it over, Keefe's orchestrating when he's handing the gun back. Question. Okay. That's what the DA is asking. Answer. Right. At least attempted. Question. At least attempted? It doesn't mean answer. At least. If tragedy wouldn't have happened, as long as they would have known that you got get back. That was enough that they feel that you put forth the effort to take care of the situation. Okay. Y'all have any questions about this portion? If there's something that you guys want me to break down, because like I said, it gets very complicated and whatnot. How did Dre leave this? I think it was, hold up. I don't think he was shot or anything like that. Andre Smith. Hold up. I feel like I heard it in a Vlad TV interview or something. South Side Crips. Where did I hear this? How did he die? DeAndre Smith. Give me 1 sec. I'll find out. I feel like it was diabetes. Health issues. Diabetes health issues. Mama llama. Diabetes health issues, man. You know, that's crazy work that if he was the one who actually pulled the trigger and he died, I think in like 2013 or 2012, because I heard this too. And I heard it in a Vlad TV interview. It was said in a Vlad TV interview. All these people talking to Vlad TV. And he was, yeah, diabetes. Greg on ahead. Yeah, he died in like 2013 or 2012. Yep. DeAndre Smith. And he was like he was the big guy. He played football too. 370, what did they say, 400 pounds? But he was close to everybody. He's a pretty big guy. He said, makes sense. Thank you. Well, there's that. And Black gets a lot. Well, he gets a lot out of people and puts a lot of people into some ish, man. But hey, man, keep going to Vlad. Do your exclusives. I mean, I guess I would go if I was like 150,000 for an interview from Vlad TV. All you have to do is sit there and talk to them, and say all the stuff and divulge everything. Hold up, y'all. I got to make sure. Okay. So it's the first day of school for the middle child, and he gets released. Like, first day of school, y'all want to release these children early. No, leave them there. I'm just joking. They have them full. Oh my God, they really did block my last video, guys. No joke. Oh shit. Good thing that they did. Wow. See, I felt it. I was like, oh, I'm getting something was going on. Y'all do me a favor and please hit the like button, please. And thank you. We're going to keep reading because I want us to get through. It's only 5 days of transcripts. So they're actually not too bad. I want us to we'll probably talk about the forensics, but these interviews are very, very, very interesting. And I learned a lot from this witness. Okay, so then it stops right there, and it's the Mr. Pala. So Mr. Pala, I believe, is one of the attorneys. He says, all right, the state has no further questions for this witness. Do any members of the grand jury have any questions for Mr. Lee? So the grand jury gets to hear. Look, guys, think about the D4VD grand jury. They met like 7 times. They got to ask questions directly of the witnesses. Look at this. Assuming that this is how it went down over there, right? The DA is asking if the grand jury has any questions for Mr. Lee. Yes, ma'am, says a juror. There's a question by the juror. Did you go by a different name besides Devonta or Devante? I think it's Devonta. Devante. He answers, yes, my gangbanging name was Dirt Rock. D-I-R-T, like dirt and rock. Okay. Again, hold up. Let me show y'all Dirt Rock because we watched this. Bro, you are something else. Hold up, y'all. I'm going to see if I can play this interview. Dirt Rock. I think it was it Street YouTube interview? And it was the part where we played that. I know I have it in my history. Home. So I asked him, did you go by anything else? Did you go by anything else? And he's like, here it is. This is him. Yeah. This is him. Okay, this is where I got the picture too. Let me remove this. Stop sharing screen. Right here, friends. And this is where he talked about Puffy, and he talked about the fact that they don't got any respect for Puffy over there because of everything that's happened. He did this interview 2 years ago. This is Dirt Rock. This is the witness. Let's see what he say about his name. Here it is. You can't hear him? No volume? Y'all can't hear him? Okay, hold up, y'all. It could be my stream. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. You can't hear? There's something going on with the volume. Let's see. Hold up. Let me see if you can hear it now. Let me know.
Diddy Daddy was a powerhouse. When Diddy came around,
can you hear it now?
He was a powerhouse too. You know what I'm saying? He was a powerhouse in certain kind of aspects. We could care less about what he was doing, whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay, you can hear it now. Now, this is important because he says some stuff right here that I was like, ooh, they don't like him. They don't like him. They don't like him. Let me go right here. Okay, here we go.
You know what I mean?
So the Diddy that everybody sees,
right.
The dancing.
What he said his name was? I forgot. He said his name was Mr. Something.
Well, he's Brother Love now.
Brother Love. Mr. Brother Love. What the fuck? Brother Love.
Right.
He switched that shit up though. He quit. Let me just tell you, you and the world, right? You gotta understand how Diddy grew up. Diddy Daddy was a powerhouse. When Diddy came around, like he was a powerhouse too. You know what I'm saying? He was a powerhouse in certain kind of aspects. We could care less about what he was doing, whatever. You know what I mean? But he had power.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And as we see, he still got power. You feel me? Money is power. You know what I mean? When you up under certain shit, and that's a different world, and I ain't even talk about that world, but some people can read between lines and know what I'm talking about.
But even without talking about like our breathing life and into the Illuminati, because I don't, I don't know any.
Not me,
okay, I said that. Not to say they don't exist. I don't know anything about it. Okay.
Just to let you know they do exist.
Okay. And
yeah. He surrounded himself with, you know what I mean, good lawyers. He makes the situation better. You know, money makes a lot of things change. You feel me? And Diddy was all right to me until he tried to back out with his involvement with us. A lot of the shit wouldn't even happen if it wasn't before him. We can beef with the mob all day long. We've been doing it since Yay High. You feel me? And it had nothing to do with no money, no nothing.
Right.
It was blue and red. You feel me? We gangbanging. Yeah, we know certain people from the mob, but a lot of shit like me and Keefe, I roll with Keefe when we at the heart of this shit, and we go to Cuz Hoods. You feel me?
Okay.
Me and should.
So here it is. In the grand jury, he's a witness to the grand jury. There's an inconsistency right there. This, if I was the defense, this is what I would be saying. Wait a minute. In the grand jury, you said that you were not directly connected to Keefe D, that your relationship was more so with Orlando, Dre, and these other individuals because you guys were closer in age, right? But here you're saying like you weren't with Keefe at all. Here you're saying that you are with Keefe. So which one is it? Because there's a I'm already seeing the contradictions based on the transcript in his 2018 interview that he did. There is something contradictory here, right? So which one is it? Either you know him or you don't know him. Which one? You guys were close or not close?
Him and Cuz talk. Me and Keefe, they talk. You feel me?
Do you think that Puff kind of used you guys against Suge? Like, okay, he's mob Pyro.
Yeah, he used
blood. Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
You know, that's one of our number one enemies. You feel me?
Outside looking in, I'm kind of going to say that's a chess move because for him to,
I'm telling you, this would have been, I'm not, listen, none of these, they don't watch YouTube. These attorneys don't watch YouTube. Just saying. But this would have been this is perjury right here, right? How are you saying in the transcript on the first day, you're the first witness to the prosecution, well, you're the first witness, you're saying right then and there that you didn't know, you weren't close, but here you're saying that you actually ran with Keefe and everybody. So which one is it? There you go. First discrepancy, y'all.
Align himself with a powerful Compton Crip gang
right against
blood Ma
red
Paru.
rap
That's
gang.
kind of a chess move.
It is a chess move, and it's like life is chess. You feel me?
Right.
And I'm not knocking the way he did it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But there's still repercussions behind shit.
Stand in your conviction,
Yeah, just
is what
because
you're
certain
saying.
people gone, and Puff, he know he owes some money still. He know.
Okay, so the money thing.
He knows he owes some money. Now me again. Don't tell me you slipped on some baby oil and found rabbit, and here we go again. Now, when you say you slipped on it, like, oops, you slipped on it, or you have some baby oil on? Because I'm like, the way I read this verse, I said, did she just say she got baby oil on? Like she slipped on it, or she just, oops, I slipped on it. I had to read this sentence twice. This took me. Can't with you, man. No.
No.
So the dollar amount that was supposed to allegedly be given to Keefe D in Southside Compton Crib for the murder of Pac.
Right.
Was it for the murder of Pac and Suge, or was it just strictly for Pac?
He didn't care.
He didn't care. So the dollar amount was supposed to be how much?
Well, you know, from my knowledge, and remember, I'm from day one. He supposed to give us a meal ticket.
Okay.
You feel me?
And how much of that did you guys receive?
From my knowledge, half.
So it's safe to say that the $500,000 never trickled down to.
Okay. It got too hectic. Not saying he wouldn't have paid it, but he didn't want no more ties. Because it hit the fan. He didn't understand, like.
Because it caught a body.
Yeah,
what you say when it's different.
Let me remind you, before we met Puff now and all that, we going to all the Mike Tyson fights. We going to all that. You know what I mean? We regular people on the street.
Who's we?
You feel me?
Not celebrities.
$2,500 tickets.
Right.
You know what I mean? No, we're not in the front with our big homies. Then I spent 10 racks for a ticket or something. But we there. A lot of people haven't experienced that type of shit. You feel me? And like Puff, like I feel, because I'm from Burrs, we the one that brought Puff to the South. It's Burrs Lane, Compton Creek. You feel me?
There you go.
Southside.
Interesting. Some of this footage, like I said, he's one of the witnesses. Now, let's go back real quick, okay? Because he's getting asked direct questions from the grand jury. And some of these questions are interesting. Let me show y'all, because the wheels are in motion here. All right, here it is. So when he goes, he spells out his name. He says, do you go by any other name? He says what it is. And then the juror says, so the intended target wasn't necessarily Tupac. It was just a person from death row? Answer, no. Not just a person from death row, because in that case, they could have went anywhere and got, anyone from death row. It was specifics. If you didn't get Suge or Tupac, it was basically for nothing. You know what I mean? It wouldn't have brought no justice to our team at the time. So they feel that they got something good, which was Orlando Anderson, even though he didn't get, killed that day. But they feel so we have to match the energy, meaning we have to get somebody on your stature or higher. And Suge or Tupac are the main ones. Plus, Orlando had a problem with Tupac running up on him because he felt Tupac couldn't beat him up or nothing. He really wanted to fight Tupac literally. And so, yeah, that was the goal, to get Suge or Tupac. Nobody from death row. It wouldn't anybody from death row, it wouldn't have done no good. Okay, then the attorney speaks. Yes, ma'am. Okay, another juror asks the question. This is a direct question. He says, no, this was a hit. This was very specific. We weren't just getting somebody that was walking around from death row. They weren't looking for the outlaws. They were looking for Tupac, and they were looking for Suge Knight. That's who they were looking for. It was a very specific hit. It's an important point to make, okay? And this is coming from who? Affiliate from the gang. Okay. Then the juror asks, was Suge or Tupac involved in the MGM thing, or was that just some? Answer, no. Question, death row soldiers. So he cut her off, and then he says, not to cut you off, I'm sorry. Question, that's okay. Answer, yes, they were involved. Okay. Question, they were there? Answer, yeah, they were there. Suge tried to act like he didn't kick Orlando. He tried to act like he wasn't participating in it. Even Orlando said, okay, the attorney speaks. Let me stop you. We will have other witnesses who will describe who each of these people are. Okay. And then the attorney says, but let me just ask you, in watching the video that you've just watched, have you seen Tupac and Suge actually involved? So they play the video and he answers, see, Suge's over here, the big guy in the back. He was the one that got in a few kicks. There's Pac right there. Okay, the other lawyer speaks and he says, so let me ask it this way. When Dre was telling you what happened at the MGM, did Dre tell you about who everyone believes started this fight? Answer, that's kind of, I don't know. Because Dre told me, okay, the attorney interjects. He says, okay, you know what? Have you strike that? Again, he can only speak to the things that he knows. He can't speak to anybody else. This is what just so people are aware of the dynamics here. Did you become aware of who started the fight at the MGM Grand? The lawyer is asking Dirt Rock. Answer, I didn't know who exactly started it. Question, okay, so if you don't know, that's fine. Answer, yeah, I don't know who started it. Question, okay, perfect. Okay, the foreperson says, any other questions? Juror says, oh yeah, sorry, one question. Here's a juror. So from your knowledge or what you were made aware of, there was only one firearm that was fired? Answer, correct. Question, okay. Answer, one firearm. Right, lawyer speaks. And when you're saying one firearm, you mean Dre told you that there was only one firearm shooting? Answer, yeah. Answer, from the vehicle. Question, from the white Cadillac? Answer, yeah, that's the only weapon that was in the vehicle. Question says, okay. Foreperson says, any other questions? All right, so then I believe there's no more. And then it says, by these law proceedings are secret and you are prohibited. This is what the grand jury is told, guys. Look at this. You are prohibited from disclosing to anyone anything that transpires before us, including evidence presented to you at the grand jury. Any events occurring or statements made in the presence of the grand jury, information obtained by the grand jury. Failure to comply, you get, punishable misdemeanor, yada, 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 200,000, not 200,000, 2,000 fine and county jail. And then, do you understand this admonishment? Now look, witness says, I do. Foreperson, thank you very much. Your excuse. Thank you. I don't know why there was an admonishment. That's interesting. They had to say that, but giving you guys the instructions. And then it says, the lawyer says, okay, ladies and gentlemen, that completes the presentation of the evidence for today. We will be back with additional witnesses in the future. Once again, I admonish you that this is a secret proceeding and we'll leave it at that. I wonder if that just means like I'm reminding you. Thank you. Okay. And then it further goes. So this is the reporter's certificate. And then it says here, affirmation does not contain social security numbers of any persons. And then they do a little even index at the end so you can find, I guess, the words and everything, the names and everything. Hold up. And that concludes day one of the grand jury for Keefe D for the murder of Tupac. We got to read day two. Interesting witness, huh? What do y'all think? Let me know in the chat. Let me see if I can pull day two. I think I can. I think I already have it up here. Hold up, y'all. But hold up, y'all. Hold up. Very interesting what Dirt Rock said, I think, in my opinion. Is this volume 2? You sure this is volume 2? But I have to pick up the middle child because they started school and then it's like, well, we're going to release you guys early. So day 2, let's see who the witnesses are. Mm-hmm. Hold up, y'all. So we have, let's see, I think these are the court people. Jacinta Stampley, Randy Regal, Gregory Smith, Michael Jacobs, Rosalinda Higa, Gaia Gaiman, Brene Franks, Kimberly Dari, Russell Crown, Milagros Carter, James Carlin, and Tracy Button. Okay, Murdis, is it Murdis? Murdis? Alex Grady. So you have the attorneys there and the 4-person, and then, all right, so let me see. Who do we have? Kevin Manning is the first witness. I believe this is police. Pretty sure. Photographs 1 through 10, and day 2 it's only 17 pages. They're not very long. We got to get day 3. That's my goal. Let's see. What do they testify to? Hold up. Let me just check. They were a sergeant. I was a sergeant with the homicide unit with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I retired December 31st of 2004. Okay. So let me also check something else, because grand jury transcripts volume 3. I think this is what we were missing. Volume 3, Keefe D. Hold up, y'all. Let me see. Are these publicly available? Because I might have to buy. These are the other ones that I'm going to have to buy. So if anybody wants to support with this, let me know. You can support the channel by hitting the Cash App for volume 3. Volume 2 is only 17 pages. Volume 3, I mean, it's, let me see. Hold up, y'all. Let's see if I can check. See how much they are. And I can tell you guys what is needed. Shout out to the people that donated for the first volume. Volume 2 was already public. So we just bought the first one. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. I'm checking, y'all. Give me a second. I'm going to go back to the website where I purchased them. Account history. Yeah, volume 1 was like $40+. Confirm. Yep. Okay. Let me tell you what volume 3, how much they are. Volume 3 is not public. I haven't seen anybody grab them yet. So we might need, cancel that. Let's search it. I'll let y'all know if anybody wants to support with volume 3. I would appreciate it. And smart search. Okay, hurry up. No. Hold up, y'all. No case. What are you talking about? Oh my God. Come on, man. It's not the first time I've searched this. Give me one sec, y'all. Did I type in the wrong case number? No, it's the right one. Give me one sec. So this is 22C GJ1176. Here it is. I've already typed this up. What are you giving me a hard time for? No. Yes, it does. There's a case. What are you doing? C377047. I don't know what's going on. Hold up, y'all. Search for courts. I don't want to look for a court. I want to search for specific cases. The system is so finicky. Y'all don't even know half of it when it comes to this thing. Last name. Well, I guess we'll search for him. Hold on. Hold up. Okay, here it is. It's like, why are you giving me a hard time? I already know what this is. Okay. So let me see. Transcripts for volume 3. I'll let y'all know for those that are interested in supporting the channel. Because they met, let me look at the dates that they met, y'all. Give me one second. Volume 3, they met on August the 17th. This is volume. So they met on August the 10th was volume 2. August the 17th is volume 3. So let's go to August the 17th. Sorry, y'all, I'm looking to see the dates just so I give the right dates. 2023. So this is going to be okay. Why is this a struggle, y'all? Like, submit. Give me 1 second. This was filed when? Hold up, y'all. Get me the grand jury transcripts for Keefe D.
What?
Number. Just pulled it. I don't know why it's giving me a hard time. Stupid system. Okay. Get me the number to search. Hold up, girl. Okay, here it is. All right. I'm like, why are you doing this? Lord have mercy. I just typed it so many times. Here it is. Why does it say no cases are matching? Did they remove it? Or is it not public anymore? What are we doing? What are we doing? Did they remove the file? You got to be kidding me, man. You got to be kidding me. Yeah, that's what so weird. What are we concealing or what? What is going on? Sorry, I'm looking for the transcripts for the volume.
Mom.
Y'all not gonna believe it. It's not coming up. Did they seal this stuff? You're kidding. Why can't we get volume 3? Oh my Lord, what happened? You're kidding. Hold up, y'all. Okay. Let me remove the dashes. Maybe that might help. You're kidding. No way. No cases match your search. There's no way. There's no way. I literally have the documents that I've ordered here. How does my search not match? Nah, something ain't right about this. This is so off. We got to figure this out. Unless they removed it on purpose, y'all. I doubt it. It's not coming up. Yeah, they did. It's like a 5-day of grand jury transcripts. This is so weird, y'all. Davis. Keefe. One second. Yeah, no, it's not coming up. That's so weird. That is so weird. You can't make this shit up. It says back on the case. It won't pull up. It won't. Go try it. See if you can pull it up. Kadisha, I can't pull it up anymore. I'm looking for volume 3 on the transcripts. So it won't pull up. Nope. That's so weird. I'm pulling it up from the case and everything. Nothing's coming up, man. So weird. Y'all, I gotta go and pick up my middle child. Hold up. So I'm gonna leave the book for those that have not heard it. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard it, but get yourself some food and stuff like that, because my goal, I mean, we still got to go through volume 2, but my goal is to figure out, oh shit, why are they saying that this ain't right? Some ain't right. No, wait, I'm putting up the case number in 2 different search engines and it's not pulling up. Why? It was available before. What is the issue now? Jury probably sealed it before the trial. No, but go look. See if you can pull it. In the case, the grand jury, I did it by both. I did it by the DC and the grand jury number. It's not coming up. It would come up before. It made like multiple purchase before. So I find it. And I mean, I have access to request documents. So that's not even the issue. That's so weird. Hold up. Let's go to Davis. It's going to be a lot of names. I mean, who isn't named Davis? Okay, let's go back a little bit. Information, court. It's so finicky. Y'all don't even know. I can't pull. See? You can't pull it up either. I can't pull it up. You said it's sold out. I can't pull it up. I thought it was me. I need volume 3. I got volume 4 and I need volume 5. It's either 1 because it's glitchy or 2 they removed it while going through the picking of the jurors. Dang, why? I should have bought them all last week. Damn it, man. Oh, shit. That's so crazy. All right. Listen, friends, I gotta go. I'm gonna leave the Compton Street Legends book playing in the background, guys. You can't access this either? Something's going on, y'all. Something is going on. Here I am with my like conspiratorial mind and shit. Like literally, I can't believe it, y'all. You can't make this ish up. You cannot make this ish up. Yo. It is some BS. I'm gonna have to try it when I get back. I gotta pick up the middle child, y'all. But I guess until I can get access, don't even do nothing. Don't. I'll let y'all know if I get access to whatever's going on. No worries. You can't stand the book. It's all good. I gotta go pick up the middle child. So I'm gonna leave something in the background for you guys. Let's see if I can do a split screen. Y'all don't like the book? You don't like the how? What? Well, the book is interesting. I'll say that much. So that'll be playing in the background. I'm going to disappear for, I need like a good, oh shit, I better go now because it's going to be a huge traffic. Huge traffic. Hold up, y'all. See if I can do a split screen. Okay. Let me stop sharing it. They don't want you to be great. They don't ever want me to be great, man. I got YouTube over here. Everybody's being mean, as Baby Bunny would say. You're being mean to me. That's what she would say. You're being mean to me. They're being mean to us, man. They're being mean to us. They don't let us be great. They don't let us be great. Got it. Hold up, y'all. All right. Y'all be good. I'll be back. Give me a couple minutes. Well, get your lunch and stuff. We'll be back. We're going to try to get through volume 2. I got to figure out what's going on with volume 3. I don't know why it's not pulling up. And volume 3 has a lot of witnesses. I'm so mad at myself for not getting it when I should have. I'm so mad at myself right now. Did they pull it? That's kind of what I wonder. Let me put my little copy right here. Y'all behave in the chat. Okay. Be good. Said I'm wondering about what they're going to reveal to Tupac's autopsy. Oh, now I wonder about that. I do wonder. All right. Here we go. Let me play this, y'all. Y'all can hear it?
Calling the little homie a crap. This is a demeaning and disrespectful way that Bloods refer to Crips. What those Pyros didn't know while they were banging on the homie Victor was that the Crip cavalry was on his way to the mall. Awful timing for them. It had to be one hell of a sight for Victor's eyes because just as they were harassing the little homie, about 5 Southsiders mobbed through the Lakewood Mall doors. When he saw his backup coming through those doors,
hold up. Let me play it from right here. So y'all, for those that don't know, from the beginning. All right, y'all hear it? All right, I'll be right back. We'll figure out what's going on with the damn, what's it called? With the transcripts. We'll figure it out. All right, let me mute. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
esteem are the values of love, family, unity, brotherhood, loyalty, trust, and honor. That is what this story is about. It's been more than 20 years since the premature, yet understandable deaths of Tupac and Biggie occurred. Premature because as talented and influential as both men were, they were killed long before either of them had a chance to reach their full potential. Understandable because in the streets, and I've lived a gangster lifestyle for most of my life, there's a strict code that real live, kill, and die by. Tupac's and Biggie's deaths were direct results of that code violation, and the explosive consequences where the powerful worlds of the streets, entertainment, and crooked-ass law enforcement collide. In the past couple of years, there have been several TV specials, documentaries, newspaper and magazine articles, and numerous websites dedicated to the subject of who killed Biggie and Tupac. But at the end of the day, none of the private investigators, retired police officers, informants, hip-hop heads, actors, or academics who have weighed in on the topic know what happened and the reasons behind it. None of them were there. I'm one of the only living eyewitnesses to Tupac's killing, who also knows the much larger story around the reasons why both Tupac and Biggie were killed. I was considered a prime suspect in both the Biggie and Tupac killings for years. I know the real fucking story. I admittedly lived most of my life as a gangster, a real gangster that did all the shit that real gangsters do. Not the bullshit you see in this generation where everybody faking with all this IG shit. So I'm not trying to paint myself as a fucking saint. I am well aware that I'm a walking miracle. And I thank my Lord for his love, mercy, and grace. I could very easily be sitting in a federal penitentiary in Terry Hawk or Marion, shackled with the death penalty, waiting in misery for my name and number to be called. Instead, I finally get the opportunity to tell my side of the story. This process has been therapeutic for me because I've been carrying this shit with me for all of these years. People out there who play dirty are putting salt on my name, character, and reputation. Yet I am the only one looking dirty in this shit. People judge and develop opinions based on the bullshit they've heard about me without knowing the full story. They don't know what I was up against. The FBI did me like they did to John Gotti, and they're trying to do Donald Trump. They flipped all the bottom feeders underneath me, then came and got me. But when the police that were involved with this case tell their stories, they protect everybody else's identities except mine. The most challenging part about telling this story is that some of the guys who ended up betraying me were the closest friends I had on earth. In fact, some were even members of my own family. I tell my story with utmost confidence because, as Winston Churchill once said, the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is. I'm a good person who the truth will reveal, saved a lot of lives, and helped a lot of people. I helped Suge. He knows I helped him get on his feet and get death row going for my hard-earned street shit. Then he turned around and tried to disrespect the game. I helped Puffy. He knows I was there for him when he needed help. There's no fucking way he can deny it. He's going to shiver in his boots if he ever sees me. I have a whole gang of dudes from my hood and from Grape Street that can verify and confirm our dealings. I'm not gonna say their names until and unless it's time to mention their names. I wanna make one more point super clear. I've seen the little shit some of these punk ass rappers, boxers, and other wannabe tough celebrities have written on the internet, talking about their gangsters for Tupac. I wanna make it clear that while I've made a lot of changes in my life and heart, I'm not one to play with. You can go up against these streets if you want to, but I guarantee you, you won't win. It's time for me to set the story straight. Gangbanging is male love pushed to its limits. As insane as it may seem, it's all based on love. There's a lot of qualities that these young brothers that you may look down upon have that you don't have. Somebody could come in your house and kill your wife and children, and you wouldn't do shit. You'd sit on your ass. These brothers aren't having that. To the layman, It will look like it's a world based on hate, but it's not. It's based on love. Ice-T, Uprising, Crips and Bloods. Foreshock. Fuck that game. I am an invisible man. I'm invisible, understand, simply because people refuse to see me. They see only my surroundings, themselves, or figments of their imagination. Indeed, everything and anything except me. Ralph Ellison's Invisible Man. Invisible? Not me. Fuck that noise. My destiny was to be seen, heard, and felt. I can honestly say I've accomplished my mission, and I'm still not done. Invisibility simply has never been in my DNA. In the street game, you can do 3 things by the age of 25. You can step your game up and become a gangster by making serious money and owning homes and businesses, become a grown man and get your ass a job, or continue gangbanging, taking the risk of going back and forth to state prison and ending up in the grave. I chose the first, and with the help of a few trusted advisors, I took my street game to new heights. In my Southside Crip neighborhood, I was known by several names. Big Dog, Big Homie, some called me Gotti, but most knew me as Keefe D. In terms of rank, if we were an army, I was a 5-star general. If we were a city, I was the mayor. If we were a country, I was President Obama. As Big Homie, I gave folks in my neighborhood jobs and an opportunity to earn money. I'm not talking about small amounts of money either. Folks earned enough to feed their families. They all had a couple of nice cars, trucks, and lowriders. We even started a lowrider club and a hydraulic company for lowriders. Just like in any other type of economy, everybody had a role to play. Like any good leader of an organization, I had my board of directors, the older, trusted, right-hand men that would advise me. I had one older gentleman named RC, who was super rich. He was 72 years old when he married his broad that was 28 years old. One day, RC came to me and said, I'm going through this divorce and all my shit is tied up. I need some bread. I need to borrow $70,000 from you, if that's cool. No problem, dog. Get at me later on tonight. I'll buy my spot. RC showed up and I hit him with the $70,000. I'll pay you back in a few months. Honestly, I had forgotten about the money. Then about 6 months later, RC showed up and said, I sincerely appreciate everything you did for me. Come, let's go for a ride. He took me and signed 6 pieces of property over to me. 2 of them were triplexes and the other 4 were duplexes. All of them he owned free and clear. All I had to do was pay the yearly property taxes on them. Soon after that, he moved to Houston, Texas. And 2 years later, he suffered a massive heart attack at a Hardee's restaurant and passed away. After he died, his daughter sued me for the houses, and the courts took the houses from me. Chief among my advisors, my beloved friend and partner, FL. He was a real, high-level, white-collar hustler, about 10 years older than me. FL and I first met when I was a little kid, and he was kicking it with one of my homegirls. FL used to come through the neighborhood to visit her in a brand new, pussy pink 76 Cadillac Seville. That bitch was pretty as a motherfucker. I'll never forget the day FL jumped into his girlfriend's car to run errands with her and left me the keys to his new ride so I could go to football practice. At 12 years old, I showed up to Pop Warner football practice driving a brand new Seville. Suge Knight's daddy, we called him Big Suge, was like, damn, where you get that from? I had a smile on my face a mile wide. FL was my dog for a long time. He's the one that hooked me up with my Colombian cocaine connection. Boss Man was my first plug, before I established a direct relationship with my Colombian plug. Boss Man's aunt and his cousins are from my neighborhood, and his first cousin is my first cousin. Our 2 families go all the way back to Texas in the 1930s. My aunt has babies by his uncle, so we're practically cousins. He's a year older than me. The 2 of us played together since we were 3 or 4 years old. Boss Man was the first significant supplier that allowed me to get on the map. He would give me 20 kilos a week. In 1989, when I got out of Tracy for my first stint in the pen, Boss Man rolled up. Hey, dog, glad to see you home. I don't have any work for you right now, but don't trip. I got you. He handed me a bag that contained $10,000 in cash. About 3 weeks later, I was at C-Ray's house, and Boss Man pulled up wearing a suit in a brand new Mercedes-Benz. Hey, dog, come here. I walked up to his ride. I have some rims in the backyard I need you to wash for me. I went to his auntie's backyard to wash the rims. Just as I was about to start, he came to the backyard and said, put them out to the front and wash them out there. I'm not sure why he wanted me to wash the rims out front, but it didn't bother me any. While I was washing the rims, one of the homies shouted, I know that ain't Keefe D down there washing no motherfucking rims. Before I could yell back, a great pickup truck pulled up in front of the house. Boss Man came out of the house and greeted the driver. Then he turned to me and said, hey, dog, throw those rims on the back of this truck. I lifted the rims and placed them on the back of the truck. Boss man came to the back of the truck and explained, "We're big out here now, dog. We got some new shit called blow up. That's when you cut the cocaine to make 2 kilos out of 1. And birds don't cost $70,000 anymore. They're down to 14,000. I couldn't believe what he was telling me. He continued, "You see that brown bag in the back of the truck? Grab that. It's yours. Call me when you finish." I opened the bag and there were 3 kilos inside. In the early 80s, the Peruvians and Belizeans were sending most of the dope to the United States. Once the Colombians took over the drug business, the price of cocaine went down to 14,000 a kilo. Armed with new information and the 3 kilos boss man gave me, I started rolling all over again. I called my boy C-Ray, who was staying in Birmingham, Alabama at the time, and let him know I was back in business. "Send me a half a kilo out here, dog," he requested. I sent him the half kilo. A few days later, when I tried calling him, then stopped answering my calls. I knew this chick named Felicia who was from Alabama, so I asked her to take a trip out there with me. We flew to Alabama and called him from a local Alabama number and then answered the phone on the first ring. "I'm at the airport. Come and get me." C-Ray came to pick me up, but they didn't have any gas in the car. We were riding on fumes. He appeared to me like he was smoked out. "C-Ray, man, you're tripping." We rented a 3-story house with a pool in the backyard and a basement for $250 per month to set up shop. In places like Alabama, a cellar is mandatory because the tornadoes will wipe your ass out. Back then, that same house in LA would have cost at least $2,000 per month. I took my kilos down to Birmingham where we were selling 9 ounces for $12,000. I took 1 kilo and turned it into 3, then turned 3 into 9, then turned the 9 into 18 kilos. We were out there in Alabama balling for about a year and a half. One day, when I was back in Compton, boss man pulled up to one of my spots. "Hey, dog, I need you to cook some water for me." Cooking PCP is a skill a minimal number of people have. It's super dangerous, and if you don't know what you're doing, it can explode like dynamite. It's a skill I learned during my stay in Watts after my mother passed away. I stayed in the Jordan Downs projects with some family members for about a year and a half and returned to Compton with a lot of game. Specifically, I learned how to cook up PCP. People on the East Coast don't know how to cook PCP. Cooking PCP is one of those ancient hood secrets that only the Compton and Watts know how to do. I went over to boss man's location and cooked some PCP for him. He gave me an ounce when I was done. I started rolling again, opened up 3 or 4 crack houses, and boss man started giving me 100 grams every day, 7,000. I was rolling like a motherfucker. About 3 weeks after that, boss man got locked up in the summer of 1990. Not long after boss man got taken down, I met my Colombian plug and started dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. My rise to new heights in the drug game was the result of the fortuitous meeting with my new Colombian supplier, JC. In an ironic twist, despite JC's initials, I used to refer to him as the devil, but not because he was so deep in the drug game. JC was the devil because I never saw him lose at gambling. He and I both enjoyed games of chance. I'd take 25,000 from the first 5 kilos I'd sell, then head to the casinos with JC to have some fun. We would fly to Vegas at 10 o'clock at night and stay there until 6 o'clock the next morning. Without fail, he'd win. He'd earn 70,000 at one spot, then we would go to the Normandy Club where he'd win another 140,000. I'd be in the casinos getting murdered, while this guy would have chips damn near sky high. "Man, you're the fucking devil," I jokingly say to him. Not once did I see him lose at the table. Not once. It's like the laws of attraction were working for his ass. Since he already had a lot of money, more money seemed to be attracted to him. Over time, I learned that JC had millions. He owned a whole block of apartment buildings on both sides of the street in Inglewood. The way JC and I met, me and my boy FL was riding around as I was looking to count 15 kilos. Since boss man was locked up for more than 6 months, I didn't have a reliable supplier. So I would have to go to one spot to get 5 kilos, go to another place to get 3 kilos, and another spot to get the rest. After the second stop, FL asked, "Man, you need a plug?" He didn't look at me when he asked the question, probably because he was disappointed in how inefficiently I was conducting my business. Hell yeah. Excitement and surprise both present in my voice because I knew FL was a player with high-powered connections. But I also knew that the drug game was not his area. I'm going to introduce you to one of my Colombian partners. Since FL didn't sell drugs, I don't know what business they had together, but that was none of my business. FL stepped out of the ragtop Corvette we were in and placed a quick phone call. When he got back in the car, he had a smile on his face like his mission was accomplished. "Turn right up here at the light, then make a left on Lakewood," FL instructed me. "Pull in this parking lot. Let's grab something to eat." We pulled into the Denny's parking lot on Lakewood Boulevard, right off the 91 freeway. My partner's gonna meet us up here in a few. As we were placing our order, I saw a gray Plymouth Acclaim pull in right next to my Corvette. The driver was light-skinned, with blonde hair, and looked like he was in his early 20s. He wore a Boston Celtics jersey and some shades. He looked like a regular white boy. But once we met, he acted like deep down inside, he wanted to be a brother. FL had already told me that he was Colombian. The Colombian walked up to our booth and hugged FL. Then FL introduced us. JC, this is my partner, Keefe D. I stood and we shook hands. Keefe D, meet JC. JC joined us in the booth. He was originally from Medellin, the same place as Pablo Escobar and the cocaine godmother for Seldon. Being the avid Lakers fan that I am, I immediately went in on the Celtics jersey he was wearing. Man, don't you know this is Lakersville? You sure got some balls. He already knew where I was going, so he covered his mouth as he started to laugh. Before I could finish, he shot back. 16 titles, check the record books. That's all I have to say, with a smug smile on his face. His English was excellent. The conversation and vibe went smooth. And from his friendly demeanor, I knew I had a new plug. We continued to converse about sports while eating our food. As usual, FL withdrew from the conversation once it turned to sports, since sports wasn't his thing. As JC prepared to leave, FL ended the meeting with one final emphatic statement. This guy right here, he looked JC in his eyes, put his arm around my shoulder, and said, he's the real deal. They don't get no realer. JC nodded in acknowledgement. As we began walking back to the car, I asked FL, that's your plug? Dude is connected? FL waited until we reached the car. Yeah, he's real strong. As if he were an oracle, he continued. Just make sure that you take care of me when you blow up. Blowing up is what happened, and taking care of FL is what I did. I made sure FL shit was right every month. Whatever he needed, I broke him off. FL got busted and served about a year right after he made the connection. But when he got out, I broke him off real proper. JC didn't have any immediate action at the time we met, so I had to continue with my original plans of buying kilos from various people to keep my money flowing. A few weeks after meeting JC, I went and bought 15 kilos from one of my suppliers for $22,500 per kilo. One of my drivers had the kilos in the car in front of me, and I stayed on his bumper to make sure he didn't get pulled over. We caught a red light at the intersection of Alondra and Long Beach Boulevard. While we were sitting at the light, JC pulled up next to me. Keefe D, what's up? I've been looking for you. Well, you found me. What's up? He motioned for me to pull over to the side of the road. I told my driver to keep going to the stash house and put the load away. JC leaned his head into the ride and said, it's on. Oh, yeah? Follow me over to my dad's house. Once we arrived, he let me know. Big dog, I have kilos for $17,000 right now. My eyes widened. You bullshitting. I just bought 15 kilos for $22,500 from my guy. I did some quick mental math and calculated how much more I would make fucking with the Colombian. I'm gonna take this shit back. No, come on with me real quick. Get somebody to ride with us. He didn't have to ask me twice. I got in touch with my brother, Lil Dog. I need you over here with the quickness. Lil Dog jumped into a Maxima, swooped me up, and we followed JC to a one-bedroom apartment. It was 15 minutes away in Hong Kong. JC unlocked the door, and we followed him into a practically empty apartment. He motioned for us to follow him into the kitchen. Once we got there, he started to open up all the cabinets. Each cabinet was filled with taped U-Haul boxes. All of them are yours. My brother and I were stunned as we stood staring at each other. Silence filled the kitchen. What? I acted like I didn't hear him. All of them are yours. Try to have the money within a month. There were 148 birds inside the cabinets. I used about 20 to 25 kilos at a time. JC hit me off with 148 birds on consignment like it was nothing. The shit blew my mind, because things like that don't happen every day. At 17,000 a piece, that amounted to a little over 2.5 million. No problem. My mind was racing on how I was going to distribute the shit. But my thoughts crashed back down to the ground. I thought about the $337,500 I had just spent for 15 kilos at 22.5 per kilo from my old connect. My brother and I began filling the trunk of the Maxima with the birds and quickly realized there wasn't going to be enough room. So we put the last 2 boxes in the back seat of the car and took off. I got a hold of another one of my brothers who was out in Alabama with my partner C-Ray. Come on home, it's on. What's good? Before he could finish the question, just come on home. I'll tell you when you get here. They came home the next day. It was time to get out of Alabama anyway. Those Alabamans were starting to get jealous of us being out there. We were some big city pretty boys with money in our pockets and smelled better than them country asses. So, naturally, their women were throwing plenty of action our way. Aside from the jealousy, there was also racial shit still going on out there that would have led to me catching the case. One night, I stopped at a liquor store in Birmingham to buy me some Cristal rolls and Dom rolls. Hey, can you give me 2 bottles of that and 2 bottles of that? As I pointed to the bottles I was interested in buying. The white guy behind the counter was like, hey boy, can you afford these bottles? I couldn't believe my ears. What? Who the fuck are you talking to? You see a boy? Suck his dick. The who was in the store with us from Alabama got scared and intervened. No, he doesn't mean that, sir. Yes, the fuck I do. Fuck you, cracker. My guys pulled me back out of the store. When we got outside in the parking lot, the Alabama's like, man, they'll kill you down here. They'll hang you by. I cut that scary bullshit off, I'll blow that motherfucking Jews dome off. Where we from, we don't play that boy shit, homie. Our time in Alabama was over. We relocated out of Alabama near the end of 91 and started hitting other cities where we already had folks. We hit up Little Rock, Arkansas, Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Atlanta, Georgia, Cleveland and Columbus, Ohio, and Baltimore, Maryland. Every spot we hit out of town, we made new crip members. Southsiders to be exact. Our growth plan was simple. Move into places where we already had kinfolk or people we knew. They were doing light work, 5 kilos or something, and we made them an offer they couldn't refuse. You want to make some real money? We'd hit them with 50 kilos and make them the man. Here go 50. Give me 25,000 for each one. They'd sell them for 30,000, netting 5,000 each off of 50 kilos. That's a quick 250,000 for them, and I was still getting my bread. We always made sure to go through established people who were already in those areas. We were never stupid enough to attempt to take over other people's turf, start gang wars, or risk ourselves like that. My crew was not crazy, and I made sure we didn't do any stupid shit under my leadership. We knew better than to put ourselves out there on Front Street. The local guys would get jealous, especially if they started having sex with their girls. I didn't mix business with pleasure. I kept my shit in my pants. A large percentage of guys in prison today are in there behind a woman. One of my mentors once told me, you can't let little head lead big head. You let little head lead big head, you're gonna be in a world of trouble. You'll end up in prison or the ground. At my height, I was moving 300 kilos a month out of town and another 100 kilos a week in the Los Angeles area. I maxed out at 700 to 800 kilos a month, pulling in the cool 4.2 million monthly. I was able to thrive in the game for a while because there was a difference between the crew I put together and those that came before me. The main difference was that the team that I assembled were cold-blooded, off of their fucking rockers. My crew consisted of my nephew's homies, my little homies, and they were willing to do and did whatever needed to be done. Moving that much weight within the state of California and to other states without shipments getting busted was no easy task. It required a good deal of ingenuity. Back in the day, I used to get mad when rappers like Ice Cube would say lines like St. Louis want their corners back. That was a line from the song My Summer Vacation from his 1991 Death Certificate album. To me, all Ice Cube was doing was snitching. He wasn't sending any work to St. Louis. I was the one sending work to St. Louis. Then Jeezy had a song where he said, the bigger the rims, the bigger the bird. We used to put birds in rims. I would be mad at some of those rappers, especially the ones who weren't in the game like that. I wish they would stick to recording because they were messing up the dope game and giving law enforcement inside information. To stay ahead of law enforcement, we regularly had to change our methods for transporting product and money. We used to mail chickens and cash through the mail, but we started having too many problems. One day, I lost $350,000 via the United States Postal Service. The Post Office General and the FBI delivered the package to my wife's relative. And when she signed for the package, they raided her house. If you want to keep your ass out of jail for a very long time, you better call the person that this package belongs to. And then my agent told my wife's relative, I told you it ain't mine, the relative said. We heard you the first time. Now get the person on the phone that it belongs to. Tell them the package has arrived, the FBI agent warned. The relative called my wife Paula and said, your man's package just got here. Okay, I'll be right over, Paula replied. Instead of calling me, Paula went over there to pick up the package. Wrong move. Paula and I have been together for nearly 30 years, and we've been married for almost 13 of them. That lady is a straight rider who keeps me laughing because she's crazy, fun, and has been by my side through the good times and the bad. Nowadays, she thinks she's Keefe D, and so all them kilos of cocaine. When I got to my house looking for my wife, they told me she had already left to go pick up a package for me. If she had talked to me before going, I would have advised her not to fuck with the package because there were too many red flags. I knew something was wrong because the box was scheduled for overnight delivery, but arrived 2 weeks late. Something was wrong, but she didn't call me before she went over there. About 45 minutes later, my wife's relative called me. The thing here. The house they lived in sat off the main boulevard, so instead of making a turn, I kept straight up the road. Sure enough, by the time I got to my wife's car, the feds had the front hood, the trunk, and all the doors of her car open. This time, Paula called. But before she could say a word, I said, I see what's going on over there. Ain't no sense in calling me with that bullshit. Yeah, you're right, was all she could say. They ended up letting her go since it was just money. That was the first of the vast sums of money I lost using the mail. So we devised a better plan. My boy FL, once again, was instrumental as he came through and hooked me up with a lawyer who gave me some invaluable information. The lawyer's name was Jerry, and he suggested we rent vans to transport. But he stressed that whoever drove the van to make sure they didn't have their fingerprints on the birds. He advised us to take the panels out of the van and tape the packages to the walls. Then put the panels and covering back up. If the van got pulled over, we could always say it was the people who rented the van before us. He was confident he could get any of my guys out as long as their fingerprints were not on the drags. One van could fit about 100 kilos. For a while, we had a lot of success transporting using that method. I found out that JC wasn't the devil when the FBI took him down in 1992. He got busted with 350 kilos dealing with little Tommy from Inglewood. Not long after he got busted, his little brother hit me up. My brother got busted, but you want to continue working? I had been wondering what had happened to JC because he hadn't been answering his phone. Without hesitation, I answered, hell yeah. All right, we'll get you a driver. I called my boy Uchi to come and get me with his Hyundai. We followed the new plug to a hotel room in LA. He had somebody bring his 50 kilos to the hotel that we loaded into the Hyundai. On the way home, I had a heart-to-heart with Uchi, who was one of my closest friends. You and me gonna roll off of this. Stick with me every day. I want you to be my right-hand man. Uchi didn't say anything. He just nodded his head, so I thought he agreed with what I was saying. Both C-Ray and my brother Little Dog were out of town, so I shot C-Ray 30 birds and Little Dog 15 birds in vans. One of my homies, named Bubble Up, said, give me a chicken so I can go to Seattle, Washington. I was like, here, dog. Then Uchi said, give me a half a kilo and let me go up there with Bubble Up. I suggested, you should stay here with me. He protested. I want to run my own show. Just give me half a kilo and let me go up there with Bubble Up. I'll never understand why he didn't say, give me the other 4 and let me go with Bubble Up. I had just told him he was going to be my right-hand man. I would have given them to him since we were that close. Instead, I did as he requested and gave him the half a chicken. My brother Little Dog and C-Ray both came back from out of town within a week with their money. My plug gave me another 100 kilos, so I gave both of them 50 kilos more. They went back to where they were stationed, and they came back and reloaded again before Uchi and Bubble Up came back from Seattle with the money from the chicken and the half. About 3 weeks later, Uchi and Bubble Up returned from Seattle. Bubble Up said, here's 10,000 of your money. I'm going to give you 4,000 more. This dude is going to send me the money. All right, cool. I turned to Uchi. Where my money at? He said, I'm going to give you 4,500, and I'm going to take this other 4,500 and flip it and give you your money later. The businessman side of me took over. Uchi, give me my money. I got you, dog. Just give me my money. He was like, nah, I'm going to flip this. I said, man, give me my money. I was giving him a chance to do the right thing. He didn't know I already had another 100 kilos at the stash house and was ready to break him off for more, but they wouldn't budge. Completely frustrated, I said, all right, then, keep that. You can go ahead and keep that. I threw a big meeting with my crew and told everybody at the meeting not to mess with Uchi. He's going to be isolated. He just sold himself out for 4,500. I couldn't believe he did that. He started rolling big time, and he was left out Louis. About 3 months passed, and I was at a nightclub with my wife, drinking, looking fine, and this lady was flirting with me. I had to turn off because she was still looking at me, and my wife doesn't play that shit. Finally, the lady built up enough courage to come up to me and say, I know you. I was quick to respond, you don't know me. You're Uchi's homeboy. I'm supposed to go out there tomorrow to see him. Where is he? Out there in Cleveland. Yeah, you going out there tomorrow? C-Ray was in Cleveland, so I immediately got on my phone and asked him, man, is Uchi out there with you? No, you need to be checking with your brother. I called my brother. Hey, cuz, you got Uchi out there with you? Yeah, I got him out here. I was bored. Disgusted, I said. You're always fucking with the rules, dude. He was supposed to be isolated. I told everybody to put him on punishment to teach him a lesson. As inconsequential as those violations may seem, when I look back at things, they were 2 of the first chinks in the armor that I didn't pay too much attention to. But in hindsight, I definitely should have. Bad Boys. My connection to the New York music scene came through one of my East Coast clients, Eric Von Zip Mark. We just called him Zip. I first met Zip back in 1990 or 91 during our annual Southside versus Santana Block street game of baseball. He was the pitcher for the other team. We started calling him Doc Holliday after the Old West legend because he had a reputation of being a New York street dude. He was an intelligent, laid-back, good dude with a big heart. Zip knew everybody in New York. In fact, Zip is the one who introduced me to Sean Puffy Combs back in 1991 and 92. The two were very close friends. I met a few people from New York through Zip. About a year after our initial meeting, Zip came out to the West Coast and invited a few of us to a party they were having with Puffy at the El Rey Theater. At the time, Puffy was a talent director at Uptown Records, worked with Jodeci and Mary J. Blige. About 8 or 9 of us took Zip up on his invitation and went to the party at the El Rey Theater with him. Zip was on the guest list, so he led us into the VIP section. That night, we met Jaleel Green Eyes from Houdini and Busta Rhymes. Zip brought us over to where Puffy was and made the introduction. These are my folks. We shook hands, and that was it. I could tell then Puffy had a little swag, but he was like a young kid to me. Back then, Puffy was broke, relatively speaking, because his music industry career was just getting started. I was the one with the big paper back then, filling the bathtub for cases and bottles. They were still drinking that White Lightning, corn liquor from the bootleg houses in New York. I wasn't going for that shit. Stop by the bottle store, I was popping bottles. I was the one wearing gloves fitting Armani, Versace, Canali, and Brioni suits. I was rich when I met that motherfucker Puffy. I don't blame him, but meeting Puffy has been like a bad dream from which I'm still trying to wake up. I hate that I ever met that son of a bitch. My life has gone backward ever since. After that Vegas shit, the FBI shut me down on my ass. My days turned rainy fucking with Puff. Puff got in touch with me a few months after we met to see about renting one of my 64 lowriders for Usher's first video, Can You Get With It? I charged Puff $2,400 to use a lowrider for 1 day. Set the car up in the Hollywood area on the tow truck and had one of my partners stay up there with it. In the video, Usher was dancing on the hood and fucked up the paint, so they had to send me $4,400 to repaint it. Back then, the Southside Compton Car Club was a well-off crib set with about 35 cars, jackets, plaques in the window, everything. Several celebrities rented out cars for videos, including Marquise Houston, Melly Mel in his video with Redman, and Eazy-E. In the summer of '95, Zip came through the neighborhood and said, Puffy and them are having the Beat Summer Jam show tonight at Irvine Meadows. Y'all want to go? Cool, let's go. When we arrived at the venue, Zip took us to the VIP entrance for all the talent entrance. It was a hell of a show. Tretch opened up, then Jodeci, then Mary J. Blige, then Junior Mafia, Biggie, then Puff, Faith, and Craig Mack. Biggie performed Dangerous, Juicy, and then brought the house down with One More Chance. You definitely got your money's worth at their shows with all the hits they were dropping. Our crew was 20 to 30 deep, and we were all up on the stage. Most of us wearing Dallas Cowboys gear, drinking bottles, and smoking weed. The performances took place on a rotating stage, and on one of the rotations, I spotted Suge standing over to one side. Suge appeared to me like he was getting jealous. Biggie had that hot-ass hit, One More Chance, which was the banger of the summer. Suge had Death Row Records, but they didn't have any big hits banging at the time. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Suge looking at me. Then he gestured for me to come over to speak with him. Keefe D, let me holler at you. What's up, dog? Then Suge asked, man, how you know them? Same way I know you, the dope game, that's how I know them. After the show that night, Puff gave an off-the-chain after party where he was the DJ. I didn't know them could DJ like that. Not long after that show, the Source Awards happened. And that's when Suge made the controversial comment. Any artists out there that want to be an artist and stay a star and don't have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the records, dancing, come to Death Row. Wu-Tang and them were in the house deep and started booing. The beef was really with Wu-Tang. But I guess Suge seen them Wu-Tang was some grown-ass men, so they went and picked on them youngsters from Junior Mafia. The beef wasn't with Junior Mafia. The Wu-Tang were the ones giving them a hard time. Soon after Suge's Source Awards comment, Zip came back in town. Zip must have orchestrated with Puff. I'm going to be with Keefe D and them tonight. Because Zip's phone rang as we were rolling down Greeley, and it was Puffy. He answered, hey, what's up, Puff? Yo, where's your boy Keefe D? I need to talk to him. He right here. Zip passed me his phone. Puffy wants to talk to you. What's up, dog? Man, we're about to do the BET tour. Then he paused. You think it's cool for us to come out there? I was kind of puzzled. Why wouldn't it be? Your boy, big CEO, he's tripping. He was talking about Suge. I didn't know that their two factions were having fun at the time. Something had happened in Atlanta where Big J from Campanella Park had gotten shot, supposedly by Wolfie, one of Puffy's bodyguards from New York. Our position was we weren't getting in the middle of that shit. I told Puff, just send me 40 to 50 tickets and we'll be in there deep at all your concerts. And that's what happened. Puffy would give us tickets to be at their Bad Boy West Coast shows. We went everywhere with them fool. We'd meet up with them at the hotel, get the tickets, and go with them. I used to ride in the van with the Crips for backstage deep at most of those West Coast shows. When Suge got everybody in the music industry intimidated, I knew he was soft and didn't have a heart. Because I played Pop Warner football with him. We didn't give a fuck about Suge and his crew. To us, they were Rudy Poo. We had been fighting all of our lives. Up until then, Suge was in college hanging around rappers, perhaps punkin' rappers. You couldn't punk real street dudes. He wasn't in the streets like that. He wasn't gonna do what real street would do to your ass. The way it would work was Zip would fly out and meet us at different locations. Zip always knew where Puffy was staying because they were close. When it was time to get the tickets, we would meet up with them at the hotel. That year, on Halloween night, Bad Boy had a concert at the Anaheim Pond. I picked Zip up from the Long Beach airport, and about 12 of us went to the hotel where they were staying. When we got to Puffy's suite, Andre Harrell was in there, and there was a room full of Crips. We started drinking bottles, and then Puffy came out of the bathroom butt naked with nothing but a towel wrapped around him. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking or trying to prove, but I would have never done any shit like that. Puffy was so scared during this time that he had hired ex-Navy SEALs wearing earpieces like they worked for the CIA in the hotel room right next to his suite. We were laughing our asses off. Them streets would have killed them SEALs fast as a motherfucker. It's a dirty name on these streets. SEALs play by the books. Street don't. When it was time to head to the venue, I rode over in the hotel van with Puff and Zip. In the dressing room, they had a Kentucky Fried Chicken spread. The show that night featured Jodeci, Mary J. Blige, Naughty by Nature, the whole Bad Boy crew, Craig Mack, Biggie, Little Kim, Total, 112, and Junior Mafia. When we got back from the concert, we were up in Puff Suite playing 456, also known as CeeLo on the East Coast, on a parent on the bed. It was Tratch, D-Mac from Mansfield, who was also Puff's college roommate at Howard University, Puff, and a few of the homies. Those didn't know that shooting dice was my little hustle before I got started in the dope game. I was tearing their asses up. Arnell Simpson, O.J. Simpson's daughter, was dressed in a cat outfit that night and came in the room to see Tretch. That's when O.J. was going through his shit. Tretch told her to get on the bed and meow for him, baby. She kicked her leg up and started meowing like a pussycat. Those parties used to be off the chain. There were all kinds of drugs and shit being passed around, but we didn't fuck with drugs like that. A lot of those pimp dudes like Don Juan, Good Game and them, they was smoking crack and snorting cocaine. One dude was sitting down sniffing a mixture of heroin and cocaine called a speedball. I asked him, "What the fuck are you doing?" He said, "This shit here is better than a nut." I had to tell him, "You don't need nothing better than a nut. That shit doesn't go down out here like that. Crips ain't about that. The only thing we used was weed and drank a lot of bottles." One night, when Puff and Zip were in town, I got a call from Zip. "Yo, Puff said he needs to speak with you. Come to meet us at Greenblatt's Deli on Sunset." A few of my partners and I went down to meet Puff and Zip at Greenblatt's Deli and Fine Wines. The place sat between the strip club and the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard. We went in through the back entrance and started smoking weed on the back patio. That evening, Ron Isaac, a.k.a. Mr. Biggs, and Angela Winbush pulled up in there driving a triple white Rolls Royce. The rag was white, the seats were white, and the interior was cocaine white. That thing was pretty. Miss Winbush had a white fur wrapped around her. They were supremely hard. Zip and Puff were double dating that night. Zip was with one girl, and they brought one of the girl's cousins that was actually from our neighborhood as a tag-along for Puffy. The girl from our neighborhood had the reputation of being loose, but Puffy didn't know that. We were all laughing at that fool because he was all hugged up and kissing her, but he didn't know the kind of girl she was back in the hood. A group of us went downstairs to place an order. I remember ordering a pastrami sandwich, then I added, "Give me a couple of those Tattinger Rosé." Puff waved me over to step to the side with him. "I need to speak with you, big dog." We stepped off to the side where we were able to speak privately. Like a lion on the Serengeti, I'm able to smell and see fear. Puffy was full of fear. "What's up?" I asked. "I have a couple of problems I need to be handled. Big CEO and Pop." I looked at him in his eyes, and without hesitation, I responded, "That's not a problem. We can make that happen." After our brief convo, we went back upstairs and ate. He ate at the table with the broads, and I was with my folks. I didn't tell my guys what Puffy and I discussed while we were eating. I waited until we were in the car on the way home. Then Puffy wanted us to take care of Big CEO and Tupac. I bet they would give us $1 million for those heads. While Puffy and Suge were in the midst of their ongoing feud, Tupac became a problem when he made that cold-ass diss song, "Hit 'Em Up." Pop ate them up with that song, and Puffy didn't like that. That diss song made Puffy mad, calling him gay like that. Wouldn't you be mad? At the end of that song, Tupac hit us too with that, "And if you want to be down with Bad Boy, then fuck you too." That shit made Southsiders mad. Even though he didn't name us, we took that as a dig to the Southside. Before the shit in Vegas happened, I ran into Tupac a few times. I can honestly say he seemed to be a cool guy. The first time I saw him was in 1989 at the Greek Theater where Flavor Flav and his crew, Public Enemy, performed, along with Digital Underground. Tupac was a part of the Digital Underground crew, doing his little part on stage wearing a diaper. We were near the front of the stage on the side. He came out with that punk-ass diaper on. One that I was with from Chattanooga Park was bagging on his ass, talking about a grown man walking around in a diaper. We saw Tupac again at a house party in the Valley with a whole bunch of young black celebrities. Will Smith, Jada Pinkett, Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, Tashina Arnold, Dwayne Martin, and his wife, Tisha Campbell. Puffy and Tupac showed up at the party together. I don't know what the fuck was going on at that party, but I wasn't feeling too comfortable there, so we got the fuck up out of there. Tupac was when he got out of jail and came out with the record, California Law. Once again, Tupac had a line in that song, recognized from Long Beach and Rosecrans, which didn't sit right with Southsiders. Some Southsiders were up at the House of Blues on Sunset. We ran into Tupac. He was up there with Big Syke from the Outlaws. The homie Oldie went up and grabbed Tupac by the collar and pushed him against the wall and said, "You know what that Long Beach and Rosecrans stand for?" Big Syke spoke up. "Nah, homie, he just rapping on a song, homie. He don't know what's going on out here." Oldie warned him, "That's some Pyru shit. You better ease up on that shit." Pac had his chance. He should have learned his lesson then. Tupac mistakenly thought Suge and the death row crew they were rolling with were untouchable and would protect him. He seemed to have lost touch with the reality of the streets, that everyone can be touched. He didn't understand that we were high power. We did the shit he rapped about, for real. We weren't into that music industry shit. We were going up against real in the streets every day of our lives. Unfortunately, the next time we would see Tupac would be September 7th, 1996. The fateful night in Las Vegas, Nevada, when Tupac and the crew he chose to run with crossed the line and put their hands and feet on my nephew, Baby Lane. Death row. When my phone rang, I already knew who was calling and what it was about. I'm on parole. I can't be stolen up in NDC. The Metropolitan Detention Center is a U.S. federal prison in downtown Los Angeles. I was expecting Boss Man's call because the day before, he had sent his broad to visit me. She came by the house and passed along his message. Boss Man wants you to go and visit him. I shared my concern with her. Tell Boss Man to give me a call. When my phone rang the next morning, I knew it was him. Boss Man had become a big timer on the streets. And if he was calling me to visit him, I knew it wasn't for no bullshit. In 1990, when the feds took Boss Man down, they also took 41 people from his crew along with him. They confiscated all his shit. Something like 26 cars, 13 Harley Davidsons, 4 businesses, 20-something houses, and $9 million in cash. My dilemma was that I was nervous as hell to visit the MDC because I was still on parole. I wasn't sure if I walked up in there, if I'd be free to walk out. After my opening comment, Boss Man responded like he didn't know a word I said. I got a plug up here. I need you to come up here and see me. He had said the magic word, plug. The next day, I pushed my nerves to the side and went to visit him. Dog, I have 300 kilos out there that they didn't get. I need you to move them for me. You're the only one left out there. He continued. I'm going to use the money to start this record company called Death Row. What you think? Shit, I didn't know what to think. Man, you know anything about the record business, I asked? No. You want to be the head of it, he asked? Hell no. I don't know nothing about the record business either. Just give me the dope. You think it's going to work? He wondered aloud. I didn't want to hurt his feelings, but I had to keep it real. I don't think so, dog. Just giving you my true opinion. As far as moving the dope, though, I'll make that happen. Don't worry about nothing, I assured him. My crew and I did the footwork, got rid of all 300 kilos, and delivered the money where it needed to go. There have been books and documentaries about the inner workings of Death Row Records once it got started. I have nothing to say about any of that, the good or the bad. What I do have firsthand knowledge of is that the money for Death Row Records came from real street. Boss Man was the real one that put the money up for Death Row Records. I don't know how Harry O got involved. I know Harry O was locked up in MDC at the same time as Boss Man. Both of them had drug cases at the same time. But I know Boss Man was the central player in that shit. I know that as an indisputable fact. That's how Suge got into it, because my boy had a couple of houses in Suge's head. Boss Man had his girl running things for the record company. She was only 19 years old, a fucking kid. She didn't know anything about the record business. Boss Man told me, I need you to buy my broad a car so she can handle her business. Okay, cool. I was looking for a Maxima or Honda Accord. She came back with, Boss Man said for you to buy me a Benz. Bitch, I ain't even got a Benz. That's why he's locked up now with that Benz shit. I went on and copped her the Benz. Boss Man and I ended up falling out over some dumb shit. His boy came over to my place one day with some white guys telling me to give her some money. I recall some game one of my advisors once told me, bitches are like white boys. They will tell on your ass. I never forgot that. I said, bitch, first of all, you don't have no business bringing white people to my house. What, you want me to be Boss Man's cellmate? What the fuck are you trying to do? I guess she relayed what I told her back to Boss Man. He must not have liked that shit. Not only did me and my crew put the work in to get the money up to start Death Row, but one day Suge called me. He was trying to get in touch with Eazy-E, who along with Dr. Dre and MC Ren were all from the neighboring Compton Crip set, Kelly Park. Eazy-E used to sell dope with my brother, and my brother would go out on tour with NWA. We used to cook dope at his mama's house. I remember when Eazy-E first started and he used to be on the turntables and I'd be like, what the fuck is that? It used to sound terrible. Then when I was in the pen, this fat came over and was like, man, that Eric Wright is rolling. He started rapping, cruising down the street in my 6'4". I started cracking up. Suge and I both knew Eazy because Eazy was in the dope game. Suge tried to influence Eazy to be on Death Row. Eazy was like, nope, I'm sticking with Ruthless. Suge called me that day to ask me to help him get Dr. Dre's number. I didn't know Dre personally, but I made a few calls, got Dre's number for him. Next thing I know, he convinced Dre to come to Death Row. Boss Man helped persuade Dre because they had a lot of money to play with. Eazy-E was throwing those little $70,000 checks around. Death Row had millions. When you cook that water, you're an automatic millionaire. It's a big difference in the level of money when you compare that water. When I heard the song Deep Cover, the first shit Death Row released, I was genuinely happy for them Compton. About a year later, Death Row Records blew up, and the rest is history. They came up and became one of the most influential independent record labels, generating hundreds of millions of dollars. They had some of the biggest names in hip-hop history: Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, and Tupac. Dr. Dre was smart and got away from that bullshit at the right time. And now he's one of the wealthiest guys in hip-hop. Dre saw that Suge and them were feuding with his homies, going against the hood when they were supposed to be making millions. I don't know what possessed Suge to get himself into something that he didn't have any business. I'll never understand why they would wait to reach 100 million to become a gang member. Don't be surprised by the collaboration that existed and the part I willingly played in helping to get Death Row off the ground. Keep in mind, at that time, things were cool between Suge and me. Remember, Suge was not a known blood back then. He was a college student. Trust me, I would have known. The generation of Crips that I come from is different than this new generation of Crips. When we were young, we were so dangerous that Bloods couldn't even wear red around us. Bloods were our sworn rivals. Colors mattered to us more than the Union blue and the Confederate gray. The fighting between us was almost as fierce. If we saw somebody wearing red, we would make a U-turn and get their ass. No questions asked. It's calmed down a lot now, but in my generation, Crips were vicious, and people knew it. The first time I had a conflict with any of Suge's death row people was at a video shoot for a group Suge was working with called the 6'9 Girls at a mansion in Hidden Hills. Sergeant Reynolds, who was a Compton police officer but moonlighted doing private security for death row, was out in front of the gate wearing his right-way security gear. We had previous run-ins with Reynolds in Compton, and we didn't know it then, but we were going to have more costly run-ins with him in the future. Reynolds was like, y'all ain't getting in. I don't know why the fuck y'all came all the way out here. We were about 4 carloads deep. We were at the bottom of the hill and needed to go up the hill where there was a gate to get in. I saw this girl from Compton that I knew and I yelled, hey, tell Suge to come down here. After a few minutes, Suge came walking down the hill. Suge asked, who are with y'all? All of us. As I turned to look over my shoulder at the crew I was rolling with that night, he turned to Reynolds and said, let him know. We were clowning Reynolds' ass as we rolled past the entry gate, headed up the hill. We were in there partying, watching the video shoot, and Suge and I got to talking about hooking up, doing some stuff together. Suge took a puff on the cigar he was holding, tilted his head up, and blew out the smoke. He said, if we ever hook up, we're going to be on top of the world. I thought to myself, bitch, we're already on top. He did make some good points about how dominant our team would have been if we would have joined forces. The video shoot started outside by the swimming pool and moved inside. We were all standing by the stairs. And when I began to walk up the stairs, this tall-ass girl, she had to be at least 6'1", started tripping. I'm not sure if as I started to walk up the stairs, I brushed up against her ass or something, but if I did, it wasn't intentional. The girl turned as I walked by and said, this is death row, motherfucker, as if that was supposed to mean something to me. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Suge shut her down quick. Bitch, shut up. I don't understand why she chose to fuck with me. Of all the people I was with, I was the worst one for her to say that stupid shit to, because I really didn't give a fuck. If she knew who I was, she wouldn't have said that ignorant.
All right, guys.
A couple of months later.
Give me 1 second. I have to refresh my screen because it's acting up. All right. So give me 1 second and I'll be right back. And I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is wrong with why we can't get these damn transcripts. I don't know what's going on. So give me 1 sec, guys. All right, everybody see me? Y'all see me? Y'all see me? Oh my gosh, y'all, it is hot. I don't understand why I'm having a hard time getting these transcripts. I'm still dealing with it. Y'all see me? Let me know. He's got ego. Y'all listening to the book, huh? We stopped it right at, well, it took me 42 minutes to do what I had to do. So I do apologize, but we are back. Okay. I'm trying to figure out why I can't get these damn transcripts. I don't know what's going on. So I'm finagling with this. I got me some food too because I'm starving. So let me see if I can. There's got to be something. Something's going on that it's not allowing us to do this. And I'm still trying to do it because I want to know volume 3. But we are going to move on to volume 2 in the meantime, in between time. Okay? Okay. All right, hold up. I think it's the 8th. Judicial District Court case search Nevada, or Las Vegas. I mean, it's all one state. Oh, it works out. How would me help you? Family cases. I don't need that one. I want y'all come on. Let's sign in. Let's do this all over again. Let's figure out what's going on. Maybe it thinks I'm not human. Choose all the buckets. That one. Oh, wait. That's a mop bucket. That works too. Okay. It wants me to confirm. Hold on. I got to put my fingerprint in this process, y'all. Okay. All right. See what's going on. Like, don't make me cry. Don't make me cry. No. It's still not showing up here. Maybe it's just me. This is really upsetting, actually. I'm like, what? I just want volume 2. Am I gonna have to call the courthouse? District Court, all hearings. Case type. What's his name? I'm just joking. I know his name. Let's search it by case. No, let's do it by name. Let's see if that works. Davis. Duane K. All right, let's search. Wait, what do I need to put a date for? Hold up. Search from date. I don't want to put a date. 2023. Damn. I think it was what, October when he was a. Let's do October. Let's do 1/2/01/2023. Pretty sure it was like October. Search date to present. Here we go. Submit. I don't know what's going on, y'all. Like, I'm really upset. They're going to want your blood type. I mean, literally. Have you got your mic on? Yes. Let me make sure. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Why did it? I'm telling you, man, it's not letting me be great. Here it is. I'm going to need the cord for my mic. That's what it is. It's like wiggly. You said they're going to want your blood type. I know. Y'all hear me? Hear me? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sounds hollow. But mic is working. My sound is not getting your audio. Sorry, guys. You hear me now? You can hear me now? Good. Good. All right. So I'm kind of like upset because I am trying to get to these transcripts and I don't understand what is the issue. I've ordered before. Request access. Select. Hold up. If you're eligible for additional features, select the role. Lord have mercy. Hold up, y'all. Account history. I've ordered some. I don't understand what the issue is. I ordered the big ones that I ordered was on the 9th, which was the first take transcripts, and I have the information here. So hold up, y'all. We gonna do this. How about if I don't sign in and I just y'all gonna figure this out with me? I got a song stuck in my head now. You know what? Why don't I do that? Let me play some music while I figure this out. Y'all can go have some lunch or something or do something. Hold up. I got a song. Hold up. Let's do that while I figure this out. I'm feeling some Busta. This might not be clean, y'all. So I do apologize, but I'm just gonna play it. Sure, why not? Literally removed. That's it. They removed it, and I can't get a hold of anybody. So let me tell you what I'm talking about. Let me show you all what my screen looks like. So there's 2 screens that you can access things and you can see. Like this case is literally not even searchable at this point. I'm not even joking. This is one interface, and then there's another interface. It's like gone. It's like gone. I'm searching this by the case number 0. It's like the case doesn't even exist anymore. I don't understand. I do not understand. I mean, literally. I don't know what's going on, man. Oh, Miss Amber's here. Shout out to Miss Amber here. Oh my gosh. I totally miss everybody, y'all. I was just playing a little music. I know. No El Diddy. I know, y'all. I played the first thing that was in my mind because I was in the car trying to pick up my child. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Anyways, what was I going to say? We got to figure out what is going on. Why can't we get, did they remove them or what? This is so crazy. You know what? Hold up. I bet the clerk has a number on those transcripts. Let me see. Why can't we? Who is it? Who is the clerk? Okay. All right. Her name is, and let me see if I can contact her. Hold up, y'all. That's what I'm worried. That's why the only reason I play music is because we were here waiting for it. Las Vegas court reporter. Let's see. She's got to have a phone number, man. Certified court reporter. Jurisdiction under Department 11. Yeah, I'm trying to request a specific transcript. Y'all, this is so weird, man. I'm telling you, it's just okay. So what we're gonna do this is I'm gonna go ahead and we just gonna move the hell on because that's all we can do, honestly. But just so people know, I don't know where volume 3 is at. We have volume 4 and we need volume 5. Oh, and then this is the other this is the other lawsuit that I want to get. I want to get the lawsuit that Orlando Anderson filed against Keefe Shakur, well, the Tupac estate, shortly after the murder of Tupac. So back in when all this went down, he filed like a tort, some kind of a tort. I mean, after literally killing this man. So we're gonna pull that one. I believe that one, it says out of Los Angeles County, and that was like 1996, y'all. So I'm giving you guys history in these videos, guys. I really, really am. So let's see if we can find it. Matter of fact, maybe we can do that right now before we move into 2. Yeah, because I'm okay. Grand Jury, Volume 8. The transcript was written September 28th. Was reported by Don. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, we have this one. This is what volume 8. I thought we only had 5 volumes. Okay, looks like we have another volume. All right, then let's download that before it disappears. All right. So let me do this real quick. Matter of fact, let me do that right now. Let me order those paperwork. District Los Angeles Superior Court. Let's do that right now. Let's search for a case. No. Let's buy the lawsuit that Orlando Anderson filed against the Shakur estate. Orlando. And this one is not available. Man, I looked everywhere on all the free sites. Couldn't find it. Against Shakur. Can you imagine? You allegedly, well, no. You're being implicated for a murder as a suspect, and then you decide to sue the estate of the... Anyways, it's so weird. And this is where Keefe decided to basically fight back and said, oh no, I'm going to countersue you. And then she sued him for a wrongful death lawsuit. Okay, so here it is. I want... Okay, guys. All right, forgive me, y'all. Forgive me. I'm here. Y'all know I don't like to keep you guys, and I don't like dead noise or anything like that. Okay. Intellus is reporting it, but where is it? I want to find it in the Los Angeles County Court. Okay. In the case of Orlando Anderson, Orlando v. Death Row Records and the estate of the estate of Tupac. Hold up. Yep. And it was filed in 1999. No, it had to be before that. Way before that. Download doc. No, you're going to charge me for that. Give me 1 second. Here it is. All right. So we could find it it was in the Stanley Mosque courthouse. Let's do a case search. The Stanley Mosque courthouse. All right. Let me see if we have any updates on also jury selection while I'm here. I know I'm being quiet, but I'm looking for stuff so that we can show as we're speaking on this. Man, oh man. Tupac murder trial, day 2, August 11th review. So we're in day 2 again of jury selection as we speak. I'm trying to see if there's anything. Keefe D in court. We did see earlier that jury selection. Okay, so this is this Reggie Wright's website? I'm pretty sure. All right, let me show you guys this while I wait. While we wait and get these documents, okay? That's what we're working on right now. Here we go, y'all.
Selection protocol, because it is different from how we usually do it.
Okay.
No? Okay. Mr. Davis, my understanding is that Mr. Sanchez made you aware that you have the right to have the jury sentence you if they come back on a...
This is not day 2. This is literally day 1. It's like the replay of it, y'all. Hold up. We've already seen that. Okay.
We want to talk about something
hold
that's
up,
certainly
y'all.
trending for a lot of folks, and it's happening across the country right now. Lots of people are talking about this story, and it has to do with the trial for the person accused of killing Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years ago in Las Vegas. So jury selection is underway for the case, and one expected prosecution witness is speaking out. Reggie Wright Jr., the former head of security for Death Row Records, is denying claims from Duane Keefe D. Davis that Wright was involved in orchestrating Tupac's killing. And TMZ spoke exclusively with Wright, and Michael Babcock from TMZ joins us now live. Michael, thanks so much for being here.
Hey, Tyler, thank you so much for having me.
Well, so obviously this is something that a lot of people are talking about. I mean, we posted a clip about Tupac's, this Tupac case last week on our TikTok, and my God, it went viral. A lot of people are talking about this. There's a lot of interest. You guys spoke with Mr. Wright about basically what he's planning to talk about. What did he tell you guys?
And it's really interesting, Tyler, because I wasn't sure, as you find out in the weeks and months leading up to this trial, that somebody's actually going to be facing potential life in prison for the murder of Tupac. But this was, I mean, quite literally 30 years ago that this murder happened in 1996. You don't know what the interest is going to be. You know, people get older, people move on, the case sort of fades out of memory. But it has gotten a ton of attention. And this guy, Reggie White Jr., is one of the star witnesses here. But he is not the man accused or has not been charged with the crime here. But the guy who has been accused of the murder and who is facing the first-degree murder charge is actually pointing the finger at Reggie White Jr., Tyler. So it's an interesting situation. Now, that's Reggie there that we're looking at. And he has somebody who was at one time a Compton police officer who then became a security.
That's not Reggie. Did he just show? He said that's Reggie, and I'm looking at that's Keefe D. Reggie. That's not Reggie, but okay.
Executive at
Maybe I missed
Records, and Keefe, Duane Davis, the man who was facing the murder charge, has said that it's actually Reggie White Jr. who was the one who orchestrated the entire murder. Keefe D claims, that's the guy facing the charges, that he had nothing to do with the murder, that he did not shoot Tupac Shakur, certainly did not kill him. So it's a lot of finger pointing going on here. Reggie White Jr. says, bottom line, I had nothing to do with Tupac's murder. I am a prosecution witness, but I am not facing any charges. And he says, yeah, it's actually Keefe that was the one responsible.
Yeah, I listened to a bit of your guys' interview that you guys posted, the exclusive on TMZ.com. And it was an interesting conversation because he said he basically didn't even know who this guy was. He was walking out of a convenient store, grocery store of some sort. And the guy walked up to him and said, hey, do you know who I am? And he's like, no.
Right. You know, it is very interesting because on one hand, you hear people tell the story and it's like these guys,
there you
Reggie
go.
And Keefe D.
This is Reggie. The other one was Keefe. Naldo's like, that was Keefe. I'm like, that's not Keefe. Well, what's that Keefe? That was like, did they show Reggie when they said this is Reggie? No, this is Reggie. This is Reggie. For those who don't know, this is Reggie. that was hilarious.
All
right, I'm still looking, y'all. Give me a minute.
Good buds. And he says, no, that's not the case. He says, look, I was a police officer, and Keefe D was somebody who was pretty prominent in gangs in the Los Angeles area. So I knew of him, he claims, but he said, yeah, we did not have any sort of relationship, and we certainly didn't conspire to kill Tupac Shakur together. He said that never happened.
I mean, is there any concern for essentially for Reggie Wright Jr. to testify in this case? Because obviously you were having Keefe D pointing the finger at him, saying he was the one, and then obviously he's saying no. And he, as you heard in the interview, or as I heard in the interview, he had said that he basically had not had any indication from police that he was under investigation.
Yeah, I was surprised, to be honest, Tyler, that he sat down and did the interview with us, that he actually had this conversation, especially given that the trial started yesterday. So this is an active trial. I was surprised that he was so forthcoming and he was so open to talking. I think most people who are a witness in a murder case would probably not choose to talk, but he was an open book. So I think I probably would have concerns, and I would not want to say any more than I had to, but he seems very willing to talk about this, and maybe that right there tells the story, Tyler, that he is telling the truth and he did have nothing to do with this, and he is simply somebody who is, again, head of security for Death Row Records, and he's got some insight into what might have happened here, but absolutely no involvement.
Anything you're going to be looking for during this trial once jury selection wraps up and they actually start the testimony?
Yeah, I think we've heard so much over the years. There has been so much, rumors, innuendo about what.
All right, y'all, I got to get my card. I found the original lawsuit that Orlando Anderson filed against Death Row and the estate. So let me hold up, y'all. We're almost there. We almost got it. But I still need to get the transcripts for volume 2. We don't have those yet.
What happened that night in Las Vegas? It was the night of a Mike Tyson fight, and there have been so many stories told. But I think to get to the truth and to hear in a courtroom what actually happened, and hopefully find out who was actually ultimately responsible for Tupac's death, I think many fans thought that this was a trial. This was a case that would never be heard in front of a judge in a courtroom. But here we are, and you hope finally for the Shakur family, after 30 long years, that they can get some justice for themselves.
TMZ going to be following up on this and continuing to keep us updated about what is happening in that Las Vegas courtroom. I mean, you mentioned this earlier, saying that people may have forgotten about this case.
Yeah.
I'm 31, so I know who Tupac is, and I was obviously basically, a year and a half when this
unfolded. You're a little baby.
Yeah. So I obviously didn't watch any of the media coverage, certainly not watching anything news coverage-wise at 1.5 years old, but even I knew about this, and I had been hearing about Tupac's name for what has felt like 2 decades, if not more.
Right. Yeah. And I'll say this, Tyler, I was in, I am 43 now. And I remember being in middle school and being on the bus and hearing all my friends and classmates talk about that this famous rapper had been shot, and how shocking it was to everybody. And then obviously with Notorious B.I.G. being killed. And that was a really tumultuous time with the East Coast, West Coast rap beef and everything that was happening. So I think, look, it was not top of mind for many of Tupac's fans, but when you hear that somebody's on trial, I think then you say, okay, I am instantly now paying attention to this. And it sort of brings you back to the moments after this horrible crime happened. He was so beloved. He was so much more than just a musician. He was a brilliant person, a poet. I mean, Tupac Shakur was really an amazing guy. And I hope that finally this family can have some answers. Not knowing what happened to him had to be horrible all these years for that family. And now that they've got a prospect of finding out the truth,
all right,
I think that's probably very comforting to everybody.
Well, Michael, we could be talking about this probably all afternoon long, but you have work to do. We have other.
All right, let me pause it right here. Okay, so we got the lawsuit. Now, remember, I told you guys that this was something that I had no idea that had happened, right? But apparently, let me make sure I download this because I ain't trying to. Orlando Anderson, and I was like, well, this lawsuit is so old, it's got to be somewhere. Orlando Anderson, shortly after Tupac died, he filed a lawsuit against Death Row and I believe the estate. And then Tupac's mom fired back, and then she filed a wrongful death lawsuit, right? Now, for those that don't know, Orlando Anderson was shot and killed, I think, 2 years after Tupac died. Let's see, death row and Tupac estate. Hold up. So I was looking for this lawsuit. I was like, oh my God, I gotta find it. It's taking me a minute to find. I thought it would be like free somewhere. Can't find it free, man. It's like it's a lawsuit from like 1990. When did he file it? 97? 97? Give you guys an idea of how old this lawsuit is. All right, let me remove this real quick. And let me show you guys. And then we're going to jump into volume 2 of the transcripts for the grand jury. And it shouldn't be too long. Volume 2 is like what? 17 pages. And it's information. It's a they interviewed, I think, the police in Vegas. Kind of curious to see what their evidence looks like or what they did or didn't do. All right, so here we go. This is Orlando Anderson is the plaintiff. You can imagine, man, being a suspect, taking ownership of having Tupac, and now here you are. Yeah, 29 years old. There you go. Oh, man. All right, so it says, so again, this was filed. Should probably put a little banner on it. I'll be knowing they be taking my receipts. They take my receipts. Maybe I should watermark it. Hold up, y'all. Let's do that before we even go there. The people take the receipts. I don't care as long as people give me credit, y'all. That's just kind of how I am. The more information out there, the great, but just give me credit. That's all. I don't really care about that. All right, next. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Here we go. Next, watermark it. Let's remove it. Yeah. Who's how many years does Suge have in jail? I think like 28. Something like that. I mean, I think he's been there for, I don't know how long has he been there now at this point? A couple of years, man. Here we go. Okay, let's remove this. One sec. Share. Here it is. Let me remove this banner. Okay. Here we go. So Orlando Anderson files this against the estate of Tupac Shakur, Death Row Records, Inc., Marion Suge Knight, Does 1 through X. Okay, this is a defendant. So this is a plaintiff, is a resident of County of Los Angeles, State of California. Defendant, estate of Tupac Shakur, is the legal entity administering the assets of the late Tupac Shakur. Okay, so this is what is said, that on February 18, 1997, plaintiff filed a timely creditor claim. Defendant, Death Row Records, is a corporation doing business under the County of Los Angeles. Defendant Marion Knight is known as Suge Knight. At all times herein, mentioned Knight was the CEO of Death Row Records and was acting within the course and scope of his employment. So plaintiff is ignorant. Okay. Plaintiff is ignorant. Should have read the whole sentence in my mind. And plaintiff is ignorant of the true names and capacities of the defendant sued as Does 1 through X. Based on information and belief, plaintiff alleges that all of Does defendants were employees, agents, associates, or representatives of the late Tupac A. Shakur, Death Row Records, and Marion Suge Knight. And in doing the things alleged in this complaint, the Doe defendants were acting within the course and scope of their employment and with the express and or implied consent of each named defendant. All right, I'm going to try to. Defendants, Death Row Records approved and ratified the acts of Doe's defendants, in that its chief, the CEO, encouraged the conduct of defendants and condoned their assault and battery of plaintiff. On September 7th, okay, like, oh man. Yeah, Naldo, Suge Knight is doing a prison podcast. On September 7th, 1996, while plaintiff was on the premises of MGM Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada, each of the defendants intentionally charged towards plaintiff and attacked him. The charge was led by the late Tupac Shakur. Each of the defendants kicked, punched, and struck plaintiff's head, face, and various parts of his body. The defendants used their hand and feet to commit the assault and battery on plaintiff. All defendants were active participants in a rat pack attack on plaintiff, led by the late Tupac Shakur. Plaintiff was in a reasonable apprehension of immediate bodily harm as if each of the defendants rushed towards plaintiff and acted as if they were about to kick and or hit plaintiff. The assault, beating, and plaintiff, and the assault and beating of plaintiff by each of the defendants was intentionally and done without any legal justification. As direct, approximate and legal result of the act, each of the defendants plaintiff resulted injuries to his ear, head, shoulders, and other parts of his body. Plaintiff also suffered severe emotional and mental distress injury. Plaintiff suffered general and special and compensatory damages in the amount to be determined at trial. Get the hell out. This man was riding in the car when Tupac was shot, and he decides, I'm going to file a lawsuit. I'm going to file a lawsuit against the estate for like assault, I guess. I don't know. One of the two. He was like, did you not ride in the car? I mean, look. And then you have the members there saying that he's the one that shot them. I mean, even Keefe D said it. Oh my God. You can't make this up, man. As a direct approximate, I'm just like, you said it's very Drake of him. No, leave Drake alone. Oh, Nazo said it's very Drake of him. Y'all, I'm eating and I'm like reading this. Y'all give me a minute. Nazo, that's messed up. That's messed up. How very Drake of you. And then it says, the defendants in each of them acted intentionally, willfully, oppressively, maliciously, and in conscious disregard of the rights and safety of plaintiff. The defendants actively participated in a rat pack attack on plaintiff. The attack was unprovoked, and in the collective nature of the attack displayed a wanton and a callous disregard for plaintiff's safety. The vicious beating of plaintiff was perpetrated by the defendants, all of whom were young, strong, and aggressive men. Plaintiff is entitled to substantial punitive damages in the amount to be determined at trial. All right, so there you go. Oh my goodness. Tupac, this is it. This is literally, he was suing for the MGM fight that then later he was in the car when Tupac died. I mean, that was it. That was like 5, but well, clearly this is why it wasn't even published. And it was filed by, who was his attorney at the time? Renee A. Campbell, attorney for plaintiff. And then there was footage of this. Oh, you got to be kidding me, man. So then what did Afeni do? She then filed a counterclaim, a wrongful death lawsuit. I said, y'all can't make this shit up. After what you did, I just don't get it, man. It's the audacity, literally. Some of these people are full of audacity. I mean, you know, he's no longer here, but he was definitely full of some audacity. If you think about it, suing when you were in the car at the drive-by. You got to be joking me. Hold up, y'all. I'm trying to take this banner off that I have up here. Here it is. You can't make this up. You said, how very Drake of you. I had just accepted what I've heard, been told the truth this case. Now I'm curious about Orlando's hospital records. If he went that day, DeMarie, you know he did not go to the hospital. What Dirt Rock said was that Orlando had he was carrying a sling. He always had a sling. He was Jane, he died from a gang-related shooting. Yeah, so there's that. Well, I'm dropping this lawsuit. I don't think anybody's going to care. This is a 1996 lawsuit. If you are a Discord member, you're going to see it in the Discord, okay? Shout out to, hold up, Mercy Miami. Mercy Miami. Thank you. Y'all, thank you. That was sweet of you. I'm going to drop this lawsuit. in the Discord for the members. Y'all want the loss? Say, look, Rabbit got the lawsuit, because I didn't see it, but it's only like 5 pages. That's all it was. It wasn't anything too crazy. I thought it was going to be more detailed. I mean, the man is not going to snitch on himself. He's not going to say I was doing all that. Maybe I'll get a Feeney's lawsuit too, her counterclaim. Let's see. That was a big nothing. Thank you. It's only $5. It wasn't too bad though. Okay. Doc reviews. Where do I drop my documents? Where I have a document link, guys, in the Discord. I can't find it though. Members area. So if I'm able to, some of these documents I'm not able to drop because of the sizes. Like I wanted to drop some of the RICO for Diddy trial, but it wouldn't allow me. It was too big. I had to figure something out, and I haven't even figured that out yet. Link your account. Nope. Share a link. We need to get some more rooms in here. Maybe we'll get a Tupac room so we can drop all the good, actual factual receipts. Because there's a lot of speculation out there. Yeah, I can't find it right now. Anyways, I'll just put it here in the members. Let's see if it lets me. Give me 1 minute, y'all. Here it is. Let me tag the members. Everyone, here is the lawsuit that Orlando Anderson filed against the Tupac estate. Feel free. If you are a content creator, have fun. I'm just saying. Go ahead and check it out. Again, this man was in the car when Tupac was shot and killed, and then decides to file a tort lawsuit against the estate, which Afeni countered with a wrongful death lawsuit. There you go. Shout out to the members. Okay, that's there for everybody to read if y'all want to check it out. All right, let me go ahead. We're going to move along to the transcripts for volume 2 of the grand jury. And that one, my friends, where'd it go? See if we can find it. Here it is. It's actually volume 2, Keefe D. Here we go. I'm like battling because I can't believe they removed the transcripts for day 3. I don't know, or not day 3, but volume 3. Got to find out why. Okay. So they met again August 10th of 2023. All right. Now, again, we just got done reading the first witness. The first witness was Dirt Rock. Okay. Former affiliate gang member of Southside Crips. Okay. Southside Compton Crips. Excuse me. So these are the grand jurors that were present. All right. They got their names up. Maybe that's why they removed them, because the names of the grand jurors were on the documents. Very interesting. All right. So D. Giacomo is one of the attorneys. Okay. And he introduces everybody, says, I'm here with Binu Pala, who's another attorney. And we're here to continue the matter under, the grand jury there. Today we have one additional witness. In addition to that, my understanding is that the last presentation there was a transcript made. There are several grand jurors who were not present at the last presentation, but they've had an opportunity to review those transcripts. We're not deliberating today, so there may be several more days where we present evidence to you. So there are going to be transcripts each time for everyone. For anyone who doesn't make a particular week to review. Okay, so if they miss a day, if a juror who's selected to sit on this jury misses a day, they're able to review the transcripts, and that should be fine. Oh, you did? Okay, Michelle. But let me put this on hold because myself, Kadisha Lynn, we were looking at the site, and girl, like they removed his case. So I gotta make some phone calls, and that's gonna take me a while. That's why I don't even want to do it during the live. So we're gonna review volume 2, and volume 2 is actually publicly available. So I didn't have to buy it. It was volume 1 that I bought. You know, some of you guys helped me buy that. We're gonna try to get volume 3 because volume 3 has a lot of other witnesses that we have to review. And again, all of this is just preparing us. So when the trial comes in on the 17th, we're gonna be 20 million steps ahead. The chat is going to be able to tell the people what had happened. Okay. So you don't even have to like, this is why, whether you watch this replay now or later, you'll be able to catch up. Okay. Yeah. And if you, I'm going to drop the link to the members of the Discord here. Hold up, y'all. I'll drop the link. And if you can't get in, you need to email me. All right. You got to email me. I will try to troubleshoot if I can. The Discord link is only available for 6 hours on the members only wall. So you guys can get in there. Make sure that you log in with your, the email that's connected to your YouTube so you can get notifications when we go live. Okay. That's how you do it. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. All right. Give me 1 sec. All channel members. This is. And by the way, if you share it, if you're a member, you share this link with another person who's not a member, y'all, I'm gonna find out. So don't do that. Like, don't do that. Please don't do that. Memberships are like 99 cents, guys. You know, it helps with the channel. Okay. It's like cheaper than Netflix. All right. All right. So he says we're not deliberating today. It's posted. Check the community wall for members. Okay, cool. And if it doesn't, hit me up in the email, love. Please. Stan. All right. So he says, if there are any questions, I'd like to call my next witness. And then he's telling the witness to stand there. The foreperson is here. They're swearing the person, and the person who's the witness is Kevin Manning. So Kevin Manning has been sworn, and he gets asked the following questions about where he works. He says that he was a sergeant with the homicide unit with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. He retired December 31st of 2004. Okay. Wow. He retired many years ago. He says, when did you first hire on with Metro? In 1981. Now, let's look and see if Kevin Manning has done any interviews with the people. Kevin Manning. Tupac. It wouldn't surprise me. Because a lot of these officers, they go out there and they write memoirs and books. I don't see him doing anything. But let me just double check, y'all. Kevin Manning, Tupac. He headed the investigation and told the Las Vegas Sun investigative reporter Kathy Scott that Shakur's murder may never be solved. He's the one that said that. All right. Okay, friends. Well, okay. Because I was like, I've heard his name in articles. He said that the murder will never be solved. All right. Well, now he's a witness to the grand jury. All right, friends. Let's get it together. See what he has to say. He's asked, how long were you a sergeant with the homicide unit? He says 10 years. Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to around September 7th, 1996. Did you become involved in the investigation of someone who was ultimately identified as Tupac Shakur? I was. And how was it that you wound up getting involved in that investigation? I received a phone call at my home from a general assignment detective. I believe his name was Augie. Is it Cudson? Okay, let me write these names down. Augie. The guy's name was Augie Cudson. Is that how you say that, Augie? Lord have mercy, such an interesting name. Knutson or Cutson? Knutson or Cutson? How do you say that? Tupac. Ah, she's a corporate lawyer? Get out of here. Is it Augie or Maggie? I think you meant to say Maggie. Okay. She was a Baltimore. Okay, we'll get into that. So it says right here, I received a phone call from one of my general assignment detectives. I believe it was Augie Cutson, who said that there had been a shooting on the strip involving a rap artist, that even though he had only been seriously wounded at the time, and at that point, he thought that the homicide section should get involved with the investigation. Okay. So weird. I don't remember this person. They're not coming up in my stuff. Anyways, it says right here, there's nobody under that name under Tupac Shakur. So I wonder if they're... All right. Shortened for Agatha, maybe? It's coming up Austin. There's no correlation to that name. It's interesting. I don't know who this is. The name doesn't sound familiar to me. That's why I'm like, I wonder if this is a typo. Okay, it might be a typo. And actually, we could probably review all of the detectives that were involved in the Tupac murder investigation, and maybe that name might come up. Investigation. Because I want to see if some of these people did interviews. Let's see. Jason Johansson, Greg Kading, Chuck Phillips, Joe Lombardo, before he became the governor. I don't see this name. Anyways, all right, so let's keep going. Let's see what they say. So it says, who said that there had been a shooting and he wanted to get homicide section involved. All right, question. Now, this grand jury has almost been here a year. But most of what they hear is sort of how Metro works in modern times. I want to talk just a little bit about the way Metro worked back then. So you said something about general assignment detectives. What was general assignment? Answer. General assignment were detectives. It was a specific section within the Detectives Bureau. They were assigned to swing shifts and graveyard shifts. And basically, they responded to major crimes and deaths, whether it be unalivements, self-unalivements, or unknown deaths at the time. And they would do the preliminary investigation. And if it was a robbery, they call out the robbery section. If it was a major burglary, they call out the burglary. Okay, so he's just kind of describing. If it was a homicide, they call out a homicide. And then it says, question, how, and when the homicide section, when you get this phone call, how many detectives rolled out to begin this investigation? Answer. At that point, it was the sergeant and 2 detectives. Question. And you were the sergeant? Answer. I was the sergeant. Question. And who were the 2 detectives? There you go. Mike Franks and Brent Becker. I've heard these names before, and they're not listed here. All right. Y'all write these names down, because a lot of these former law enforcement, they like to be celebrities, and they like to talk about their experiences, and they like to write books. So I wonder if any of this is going to be relevant, y'all. When Keefe D and the trial starts, the defense is going to be pulling holes on a lot of this ish. So if he said something, and one of these people said something that's not quite matching, that's going to be bad for the prosecution. All right, Keefe D. Okay, Brent Becker, he's a retired Las Vegas PD. Okay, so he came up. And then Mike Frank, I know I've heard this name before. Mike Franks. Tupac. Interview. Here we go. Yep. All right, we'll pull some interviews from these guys in a minute. Answer. Mike Franks and Brent Becker. Question. I have you here for testimony about something that happened several days later. But at some point, do you get notified? And I'm going to say specifically on September 13th of 1996 that Mr. Shakur has succumbed to his injuries? He responds, yes. If I recall, I was still at the office at the time. Okay. and received a phone call from Ron Flood, who was the coroner for Clark County at the time, who informed me that Tupac Shakur had passed at University Medical Center. And he stated that because of the notoriety and all the fans and so forth, that were in Las Vegas and at UMC, they decided to do the autopsy that evening. So I then informed Detective Becker and Franks, and the three of us went down to the coroner's office for the autopsy. So they were all there for the autopsy, y'all. Okay, let's see. Highlighting some names. Y'all, okay, so write these. Y'all get your Palm Pilots and write these names down, because this is going to come up in the trial. Bet you me, it's going to come up. Get your Palm Pilots and your jelly roll pens and all these things you guys do to write notes and stuff. I got my Lloydstrom here too, so it works. Okay. So then he says, so yes, if I recall, I'm still at the office at the time when I received the call from Ron Flood. So they go and they do the autopsy, right? And then it says, the question, so were you present during the autopsy of Mr. Shakur? Answer, I was. Question, do you recall the medical examiner that was conducting the autopsy? Answer, it was Dr. Jordan, okay? Question, during the course of the autopsy back in those days, were there photographs that were taken mostly by Metro instead of the Clark County coroner's personnel? Answer, yeah. There was somebody from the crime scene, a crime scene analyst, and I don't recall the specific analyst that was there at the time. So, question, but it was Metro's, back in those days, it was Metro's responsibility to be the major documenters of the autopsy by way of photographs. The coroner's office did not take as many photographs. Okay. Answer, I didn't know the coroner's office even took any. So yes. Question, I'm going to show you what's been marked as grand jury exhibits A through, sorry, I think I may, they're supposed to start at 9. 9, says a juror. The CD is 8. Juror says, oh, okay. So then the attorney says, we're going to have a little correction here we made, and then we'll have 9, or sorry, 8. Recreate for grand jury that we played last time. A juror says, sorry. Attorney says, that's all right. Okay. So here's the question. So I'm going to show you what's been now correctly marked as grand jury exhibit 9 through 12 and ask you to take a look at these. Answer, okay. Question, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs? Answer, I do. Okay. Question, are they true, fair, and accurate depictions of Mr. Shakur after his death? Where's Young Dragon Ball Z? Shout out to Young Dragon Ball Z. Love, I can't say your name. This must be, because I remember we were talking yesterday and you said that your mom thought that there was a conspiracy because of how in the autopsy photos it still showed his chain. Where is he at? Let's see if this is, this is going to be maybe here, because now we're talking about Tupac's autopsy. Okay. Breaking news. We're talking about his autopsy. They're showing the pictures, I wasn't expecting that at all. All right. Answer. Says yes, and prior to the actual autopsy. Question, I'm going to go through those. They're going to pop up on the big screen for you. Let's start with grand jury exhibit 9. So when Mr. Shakur is brought to autopsy, there's overall photographs taken of him prior to any medical or any autopsy cutting or anything like that. Answer, correct. Question, and this appears to be a photograph of the full body shot of Mr. Shakur from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. Answer, correct. Oh, wow. Question, grand jury exhibit 10. I want you to kind of ignore the medical intervention, but sort of stitch up here. During the course of your investigation, did you learn that was ultimately the fatal gunshot wound, generally in the location of Mr. Shakur's body? Answer, correct. Question, and then he had 2 injuries that appeared to be associated with gunshot wounds? Answer, that's correct, on his hip. Okay, question, and that's grand jury exhibit number 11? Answer. And there was also one on the finger. Wow. So there was also one. Look at this. There was also one on the finger of the right hand. Question. And on this photograph on the bottom, that's Mr. Shakur's right hand? Correct. Question. And there appears to have been a through and through injury that appeared, a through and through injury. That's what I meant to say. A through and through injury that appeared to be related to gunshots. Correct. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that one. Did not know. Okay, then the attorney speaks. Thank you. That completes my question for the witness and the grand jury for any other questions. All right. So page 12, that was a quick one. There's a detective that was on the scene. He went and witnessed the autopsy. They went in there and, they did because of the notoriety of the case, they all got together and did, the autopsy review together. Foreperson says no questions. Okay, by law, these proceedings are secrets, yada, yada, yada. This is a speech that they always give. Don't break the law. Do you understand this admonishment? I do. Okay. And then they go into, can I finish? Do you understand this advisement? Yes, yes. Okay. You're still under. Yes, I understand. Okay. By juror. There's a question by the juror. He says, so we didn't see a death certificate. Can you tell us the cause and manner of death? Attorney speaks. There will be other witnesses who will testify to that. He is not qualified to make the determination of cause and matter to death. Oh, so they're going to bring the doctor who did the autopsy, guys. They're going to bring the doctor who did the autopsy, all right? Attorney speaks. There will be other witnesses, right? He says this. Juror says, okay, thank you. Okay, attorney speaks. Thank you. Okay, another question by the juror. Just verification, 3 shots or 4 shots? Answer, there were, the attorney interrupts. There were 4 gunshot injuries. Is that a fair? Detective answers, yes, because there were multiple in the car itself. So, okay, here we go. This has always been a point of contention and conspiracy, guys. Conspiracy, okay? The car, I believe, was shot like 7 times, if I remember correctly. We might have to look at those pictures again because literally you can see the shot marks there, right? He is saying here that there was 4. There were 3 shots or 4. That's the question. He answers. There were 4 gunshot injuries. Is that fair? Yes. There were multiple in the car itself. All right. Conspiracy debunked for those who were like, no, he only had this many shots, but the car. No, y'all, like, he's telling you the car, not every shot that was shot to the car went into Tupac, right? So there you go. He says, yes, there were multiple shots to the car itself. The jury says, right. Witness, but I believe it was 4 is what they ended up documenting at the autopsy. So it might have just been 4 that hit him and that was it. Okay. A juror. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Sir, you're still under the admonishment. Okay, they're talking to the jury. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that completes the presentation of the evidence, yada, yada, yada. Okay, there's a juror. There's a recess. Juror Russell Crown not present during the following. Okay, so then they get back on the record, and it says the secretary told me that the disc number 8 was actually been located. It was just filed in a different proceeding from the last time we were here. Okay, so they were looking for evidence, right? They couldn't locate it. Now they found it. It says the secretary told me that the disc number 8 was actually been located. It says it was just filed under a different proceeding from the last time that we were here. It's been located. It's never left the grand jury room. A juror says no. Okay, thank you very much. We're off the record now. Okay. So this was a different court reporter that day. I wonder who the court reporter was for volume 3. All right. So here you go. That was a very short and sweet. All right. So let me see if we have, I'm going to check my email to see if anything came up, but I kind of want us to watch some of these interviewers because some of these detectives and what not, that were, investigating, they became like mini celebrities and stuff like that. They became all kinds of, they had all kinds of notoriety and whatnot because of everything, right? They wrote their books, their experiences and stuff like that, which a lot of these people do. They go out there and they do that. But let me see. Let's go ahead and see if we can pull the interview from Becker. What was his name? Brett Becker. Detective. Tupac. Oh, Brett Becker. On Kathy Scott photo of Tupac, not an official photo. Okay, wait. Let's see. Tupac, Las Vegas Metro, disturbed by PD. Who is this? Tupac facts. Tupac, Las Vegas murder detective were disturbed when they arrived at Compton PD. This is what it says. Let me see if I can pull some more. Shut up. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let's pull some of this. Who's this? I don't know who's. It was published 8 years ago. I love the videos that are older because it's like, 8 years ago, who would have thought that this would have been something that we'd be going to trial now for, right? All right.
Photo that was released, I don't know how she got it. I probably have suspicions. It wasn't released legitimately. It shouldn't have been out there. And I can tell you that it was not a police photo, in that it was not a photograph we had taken during the autopsy, because the photo that was released was a post-procedure photo. We don't take post-procedure photos. The only photos we take are of evidentiary value, as in wounds or things like that, where the medical examiner, the forensic pathologist, says this is something that's relevant. We just don't take pictures of dead bodies just to do it. And we sure don't take pictures of dead bodies after they've been autopsied and sewn back up, so to speak, preparation to be transported to the mortuary for whatever the next of kin want done with the remains. So, I think it was tacky that the picture was out there. I guess I know that that's just the way it is, though. And I know right away that the thing was $100,000 for a photo, an autopsy photo. And that's why our case file was locked up, because we sure didn't want any of our photos released out there in public. So, yeah, I can tell you with 100% certainty that that particular photo was not from our file. But I can't tell you who took it or who released it.
Oh, must have been a Tupac fan who did that. Wow. Ooh. He said we didn't release it. That was Brett Becker. That's what he said. He said, it wasn't us, dude. We didn't release it. Oh my gosh, y'all. You said, oh snap. I know, right? Listen to what he just said. Who was the other detective that we called? Hold up, y'all. It was Mike Franks, right? Let's see. Mike Franks. Tupac interview. Watch him go to Vlad or something. Tupac interview by, nope, not that one. Mike Franks on the MGM event leading up to Tupac's final car ride. That's Frank Alexander. That's not it. We need Frank Alexander and Tretch interview. No, that was not his name, y'all. I'm looking. Hold up, y'all. What was his name? It was Mike Frank, not Frank Alexander. Frank Alexander speaks. Nope, that's not him. Frank Alexander. Hold up, y'all. Kevin. Tupac. Hold up, y'all. See if we can find it. Who shot Tupac? Grand jury transcript. Tupac trial explodes. It does? Okay. All right. Let me see real quick what TMZ is saying.
30 years later,
Let me find this real
murder
quick.
trial for Tupac Shakur is beginning in Las Vegas. Yes, it is. Actually, we're about a month shy of the 30-year anniversary of that shooting in Las Vegas when Tupac, this was after a Mike Tyson fight. Tupac had gotten into a fight at the MGM Grand. He and Suge Knight get into a car, and a couple blocks later, someone opens fire. The trial, the man who was standing trial, Keefe D.
He was not the shooter.
Not the shooter,
but they say he orchestrated it. He bought the gun, put the gun in the white Cadillac, and that he's the one that kind of engineered it.
And it was a relative of his who, as the police believe, that the prosecutors believe that it was a relative of his who was the actual trigger man, but that Keefe D actually.
And he's dead.
Yes, and he died, a few months after.
Right. So
after
what's interesting about the trial is that the prosecution's star witness is the defendant.
Right. And Keefe D has done interviews. He's written a book, or at least there is a book that appears to have been written by him where he confesses to these things, where he says
and has talked about it.
Right. And he's talked about it on podcasts. So it would seem like he's already confessed. This should be an easy case. Well, Keefe D is now sort of taking back some of those statements and saying that he's not necessarily responsible for them. He spoke to our affiliate in Las Vegas this weekend. They went to the jail where he's being held and talked to him about that book that he wrote.
I read your book, Compton Street Legend, that you co-authored. Why did you feel the need to tell your story? And when you wrote it, did you ever imagine the situation you'd be in now?
I didn't write that book. I just told him 10 things in my life and gave him some pictures. I never read it or nothing. I wasn't even in Las Vegas, so I wasn't
never read it.
This stuff I just said that stuff to get out of trouble.
So you were not in Las Vegas, you're saying September 7th, 1996?
No, I wasn't.
That's not really the issue.
Him not being in Vegas doesn't.
His presence doesn't really matter for the charges.
It is so shocking to me that on the eve of jury selection, he's talking to reporters.
It's wild.
Yeah. That's crazy.
What is the rationale to try to change the court of public opinion on the eve of trial and sort of recant the narrative that's out there? I don't really understand.
Narrative that he put out there.
I know, but it's always been attached to him. So on the eve of trial, he's now pulling it.
And what the problem is, he can say that it was a ghostwriter and that he didn't actually write that book. But the things in the book he has repeated himself in interviews,
on podcasts and so forth. He's been outspoken about this.
There's also a time when he spoke to police when he was arrested.
Now that can be consistent with him not feeling he's responsible in any way for Tupac's murder. He's not the trigger man in some sense. He's saying I didn't end Tupac's life. They've acknowledged that
he didn't pull the trigger.
That's right. Their theory of the case is that he's responsible because he acquired the gun and gave it to the person who did do it.
Suge Knight was in the car. He has refused to testify. So Suge knows a lot, but he's just
every time we have
talking.
spoken to Suge, and we've spoken to him quite a bit since he is while he's in prison here in California, but he has certainly intimated that he knows things, but has also done what Suge does and says, "Look, street law is I'm not telling people, I'm not telling police what I know."
Right.
Hi, my name is Beatty from Oakland, California. I think it's crazy that almost after 30 years, Tupac's murder is finally going to trial. Listen, Keefe D spent years publicly talking about his involvement, and some of those statements could actually be used against him.
Oh, they will.
At this point,
not may, they will.
They will.
Yeah, and that's the scary part. But I mean,
Keefe, is it Keefe or Keefe? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm saying the name wrong. I thought it was Keefe. I thought it was Keefe. You said they hear the conversations. Yes, he told his mistress, "Hey, I did write the book." I thought it was Keefe. I don't know. All right.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I just want to see if we're finally going to get the answers we've been looking for.
Well, I don't think you're going to get answers. I think you may get a verdict.
You may get a verdict, and you know how this works, that whatever the verdict is, the conspiracy theorists will say, we don't actually know the answers yet. And
well, we know he was not the shooter.
Right.
So even if they convict him, we don't know we'll never get to the bottom of that.
They don't need him to be the shooter. That's the thing. We don't know. We'll never get to the bottom of it. They don't need him to be the shooter. All right, y'all. So I'm trying to, like, literally, I think we're going to cry. Well, at least I'm going to cry because I can't find nothing on volume. They literally removed all the transcripts. But guess what? I know she's incorrect. Keefe. Vicky, how are you, Vicky? I hope you're having a good day, Vicky. Shout out to Vicky. Shout out to my wonderful, beautiful member supporter, Vicky. He said, I'm late. What did I miss? Girl, not well. We talked a little bit about the detective that did the autopsy. Or not the autopsy. He didn't do it. I'm sorry. He witnessed it. He took pictures and stuff like that. So we read his volume 2 transcript. The Las Vegas, I think it's the 8th Judicial Clark County has removed some of the stuff from the website. So I might have to kind of like later on go check it out. I just hesitate. Like I have volume 4 and I hesitate to jump without going to volume 3. I don't like that. Because I definitely got volume 4. Let me just double check something, y'all, because I don't really like that. I hate jumping. I kind of wanted to do it in order. Okay, that's not it. Okay, that was day 1. We got volume 1. We got volume 2. We just read the transcript for Orlando Anderson suing. Okay, that's volume 8. And I thought there was only 5 volumes. Hold up. See if we have volume. Let me see if I can find volume 4 real quick. C-23-377407-1. Okay. Notice of witness. Court reporter transcripts. I pulled these when? On the 9th? Okay, I bought those on the 9th. Do we have volume 4? As I'm searching, y'all, I'm searching for this paperwork, okay? Maybe we'll just skip over to number 4 if we need to. Okay. Okay, and then TMZ is saying the following too, y'all. Check it out while I pull this document, okay? Give me 1 sec, y'all. Is it your birthday? Hey, I'm having a so-so day at work on my birthday. Shout out to, I didn't even see this. Shout out to you, Vicky. Yo, it's Vicky's birthday. Let me shout out the people. Let me tell the people in the Discord. It's our wonderful OG mod and supporter, day 1. Vicky birthday. Vicky's like, yeah, thanks, Rabbit. Thanks for like embarrassing me. Birthday. Shout out to Vicky. You guys drop some cakes, flowers, and everything in the chat. Please, 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 please. Also, here we go. Happy birthday to you, Vicky. Hope you are blessed with many, 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 many more. She's our OG mod and OG supporter, you guys. I mean, she was here when I first started, when I had like 2 people in the chat. Shout out to her. Shout out to Vicky. Happy birthday, Vicky. I hope you do something really good. And then you may be blessed with many, many more. All right. Hold up, guys. Let me see. Here we go. Okay. Man, they've been pulling shit. What is going on? Why am I having a hard time finding any of this now? See, I should have printed them out when I knew it. Next time I know better not to be messing around with the internet. If I say I'm going to do something, I should just do it and not wait last minute. This is so just upsetting. I should have just pulled it when I had them. See, we already read volume 2, so we don't need to know about the autopsy. Man, I'm like kicking myself, y'all. Grand jury documents reveal police. Yes, we know this. Oh shit. Okay, wait. Oh, I think I found them. Hold up. Is that the 17th? Oh no, that's the 10th. Volume 4 is the 24th. Okay, we got this one here. We don't need this one. Go back. Okay, we got that. Okay, where's the other ones? Volume 7 and volume 8. I thought there was only 5. Okay, well, I guess there's more volumes. That's okay. We downloaded that one. All right, we're going to have to jump around then. We have to move it around because this is taking too long to locate, y'all. Okay. Yeah, we have those. Not everything's posted. I really wish I would have gotten volume 3. I'm really upset. Okay. Here we go. Volume 4. There's about 300 pages of grand jury transcripts, including testimony from gang affiliates, friends of Shakur, and retired detectives. These are the people that were witnesses at that time. Yeah, you guys. But it would be good to get a direct statement so we know what we're walking to. I'm just upset. I should have just gotten them all. If I get an opportunity to go back on the website, you better believe I'm buying everything. Not everything, but, at least what's relevant, because it's kind of is upsetting me that I should have gotten on this. I should have been smarter. I don't know what I was thinking, man. Three or 4. All right. We're going to move accordingly. We might have to just go ahead and jump to 7 and then 8, I guess. I don't know. I just hate that we're jumping all the way. Okay. All right. I guess we're going to 7. Yeah, so, man, I hate that. Court filings and indictment. There's got to be copies somewhere. There has to be copies somewhere, man. How come we don't? I'm checking, y'all. Okay. I guess I could check Scribe, but I hate Scribe. It's like, what volume is this? We already have the indictment. We've read the indictment. Hold up. Duane Keefe D. Okay. Just one more search. If I can't find it, I'm going to have to do it offline. All right. So let's go ahead and we're going to read. Okay. We're going to read volume 7. I hate that I have to jump. I don't like that. I'm like jumping so many numbers. Forgive me for wanting everything in order, guys. Okay. Let's go ahead and move on. Let's pivot, move on. And if I find 3 or any of the other ones, then we are going to move accordingly. But apparently this is, you're not finding it there. I'm not finding it anywhere. I don't think Diddy Docket has any of these. I could ask Diddy Docket. Don't worry, Rabbit. I know. I hate that because y'all. I like to follow the flow of things. You know what I mean? I'm looking for. So they removed the transcripts from the website. They removed documents from the website at this point. Like you can't even find his case up there. So I don't know if because it's now that the media is covering and they're picking it up, and then the grand jury actually has these individuals' names. So they had to I'm sure they probably have to redact a shitload of things and then put everything back up. So I went into the Clark County website and I was able to order at least the first. We had the second. Can't find the third. I thought I had the fourth. I know I have the fourth somewhere. I got to look for it. But I don't know why I can't find it. So it's like they're gone. So the only thing I'm able to find is the seventh. We did the first. We got the Orlando lawsuit against the estate of Tupac. We're going to volume 7. So we're jumping all the way. I hate that we're jumping because there's other dates that we need to cover before we jump. Yeah, you said they might be. I think that they might be sealing them. I mean, it does happen, Miss Zoe, where it's like, well, now we're going to seal them. They wait the day before or the week before the trial to do all that. That is crazy work. Okay, let me see. I'm going to do a general search. C-23. So I can't even and I have access. I have approved access to get documents. I don't understand what the issue is. We got the indictment. We don't need the indictment. We already have this. Let me do one more thing, y'all. One last time. Let me see if I can, just the last time. Maybe the 5th time is the charm, or 20th time is the charm. Okay, that was today. That was today. That was today. No, I can't find it. All right, whatever. Okay. So let's go ahead. I guess we're jumping into volume 7, which was September 14, 2023. So these are all the grand jury folks. And who is this? Okay, witness. CD clips. Who is this? Clifford Mogg. He was a witness. Clifford Mogg. Let's look him up. Mogg. Tupac witness. Oh, he's a detective. Yeah, his name didn't sound familiar. He's a detective. Mogg was assigned to the ongoing Shakur murder investigation starting in 2018. So now we're jumping. We're going from early when it happened to now to 2018. Like I said, I feel like we missed so much in the middle. What witness am I looking at? I'm looking for volumes. I'm looking for volume 3 of the grand jury transcripts. But now we go into volume 7. All right, let's see what this guy said. And it's only 21 pages. So he says, good morning. That's the state. Good morning, yada, yada, yada. Please be seated. Okay, they swear him in. His name is Clifford Mogg. So Clifford Mogg says that, Detective Mogg, you were here last week. Oh, so we missed that part. And you had presented a sort of lengthy interview of Mr. Davis concerning the events surrounding Mr. Shakur's death. Is that accurate? Oh, I hate that we missed this part, man. He says, yes, you have, or at least we have within grand jury exhibits number 48, 3 more. I'll call them clips. Some more lengthy than others, describing certain facts and circumstances surrounding that as well. He says that's correct. In addition to that, there are numerous other times that Mr. Davis has been portrayed on the internet in videos describing essentially the same version of events. There are hours worth. Yeah, man walked right into the man. What did they say? He walked right into a conviction. Lord have mercy. I said, no. Just should have shut up. But hey, man, I don't know. He says, and during those hours, while there are you would agree with me that there are some small inconsistencies. Shut up. Did he? Right now? In prison? He said the same thing he's been saying, though, right? Hold up. Let me see. Let me pull it. Hold up. Pause. Kaisha, did you have a hard time getting into the system too? Because I can't get in there either. Hold up. What'd he say now? 25 minutes ago. Oh. Did we just play this though? Oh, they always have the same intro, yeah? Okay, yeah, this is the longer version of it. I see. This one right here. Hold up, y'all. We gonna get back to this in a minute. But give me 1 second. He talks in code. I believe you, man. Here we go.
Very interesting going on here because Keefe D, who is on trial not for shooting and killing Tupac Shakur, but for orchestrating it.
Right, for being the mastermind who, according to police, actually bought the gun, put the gun in the hands of the man who did pull the trigger that night in Vegas 30 years ago. Now, as you mentioned, Tupac was in the car, but in the passenger seat. The person who was driving the car was Suge Knight, head of Death Row Records.
And, a lot of the people in this case now have died. And
including the man who allegedly pulled the trigger.
That's right. But the one person who knows a lot is Suge Knight.
Is Suge.
And Suge, up to this point, has said, I ain't talking. I'm not talking. I am not talking. But Suge at least is talking to us because he is on the phone with us right now.
He's not talking. He's talking to you, but he's not saying a whole lot of nothing. There's nothing to say here, y'all. Nothing to say.
Imagine he is going to be watching what happens in this trial very closely. And he is joining us now. Suge Knight, welcome back to TMZ Live.
What's up with y'all, man?
So listen, and number one, we really appreciate you calling. We should let people know that you are incarcerated now, so you may hear a prison voice, kind of monitoring. But look, what do you make of
Harvey, I think everybody know I'm in the penitentiary.
I mean, there's a reason the graphic that we're putting up shows you in.
No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, he does, Vicky V. Hey, Harvey, get it together, man. Get it together. Everybody knows I'm in the pen. Oh, man, you can't get mad at that. That shit. Oh, man, all right. He's like, no shit, Sherlock.
In his prison.
It's a fair point, Suge.
But just in case, Suge, we just want everyone to know.
It's a fair point.
Y'all always show pictures of me in prison. Wow.
Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
I mean, literally, in the past, I don't know how many years. When's the last time you've seen Suge Knight in regular fucking clothes? It's been a long time.
Is not your color necessarily. I got it.
No, it's not.
Okay.
So first thing I want to say is that, it's always a pleasure talking to you guys. But the thing is that Tupac has so much influence. And I'm always happy to have so many people who love him. My son Legend, him and his friends, that's their favorite rapper. And my son Legend now, he's a basketball player, but he want to be an artist and rapper because of Tupac.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
So when I spoke with his mother, by the way, is one of the greatest mothers around. Tori does a great job with my son. She says that's all he want to do is be a rapper. And my granddaughter, sister, even says she loves him. So that says a lot. That makes me happy,
Yeah, no doubt Tupac's influence is immense. So knowing that and knowing that your son idolizes him, I would think that you're very interested in what happens in this trial.
Well, I'm interested in that it should really be a teaching moment. We've been through so much
over the years, right? And not just, I mean, for his hip hop, for a black man, we go through a lot. And society goes through a lot, in society, period. If we can't learn from it and learn something about it and teach something, we're wasting our time. So I definitely always down for trying to make everybody get a better view of life to help.
So, you know, the interesting thing about this case is that, you know, what the prosecution is saying is that the best witness for them is Keefe. It's Keefe D, because he essentially confessed that he wrote a book. He's talked about this on podcasts. He's now kind of moonwalking back here and saying, well, I had a ghostwriter in the book. What do you make of that?
He's full of I look at it like this. It's not about picking on Keefe D.
Oh my
but
God.
at the same time,
He said he's full of shit. Doesn't Suge have a child with Michelle too? Does he?
most of his situations, I know.
Get out of there.
Stuff. I knew his lawyer. His lawyer was a friend of mine, and I knew about him having immunity and doing that deal a long time ago. But the crazy thing about it,
close the door.
30 years or so or more.
Thank you.
It cost me my freedom. It cost me money. It cost me business deals. I paid a lot for the fact that from day one, even though I got a bullet an inch into my skull, they always says I'm the one who had Tupac killed, which is far from the truth. Every person who participated in that, they never brung up. But I believe in giving everybody the opportunity. I have a book coming out called Your Pain is My Joy. It was coming out this month. When I found out that he wasn't been going to trial, I said, well, I'm not going to put the book out. I'll put it out in September.
Is he really promoting a book? Oh my. Listen. Yeah, like, can we say my pain is my joy? Ask Vanilla Ice how he feels about that.
September, because it'd be too much, you know, for them to deal with. He deserves a fair shake. But I think what he should do, he already told everything. He already told on himself. He should deal with a situation where make it best for everybody. Put it in a situation where there's a lot of people who participated and a lot of people who they don't talk about. And I'm not here to say they should get punished because I don't believe in that. I don't believe in the revenge. I believe that my kindness comes from God. My strength comes from God. So I'm not on that page and saying they need to get punished, but it's sort of sad that every person has all dropped everything on Keefe D. When you look at it, he got immunity. So they can never charge him again. But then he was in bed and dealing with a guy that knew if you do a book, he on one podcast 7 times, another podcast 5 times, and he did a book.
So
that destroyed his immunity.
Suge, I know you've told us over the years that you're not snitching, you're not naming any names, but it does sound like you were saying there were other people involved.
You said
beyond Keefe D.
many others.
And even though Keefe D is the guy standing trial, that there are many others involved?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say these guys' names, but everybody, one thing you got to realize, even in my book, that's why I pushed it back. It tells the details of certain things, but it's still no names involved. If that's all you got to look around and see the people, even people who got the fake death row, they've been talking and talking and talking and talking. All of a sudden, they get close to this situation with Keefe D, everybody's quiet. One thing I also want to say is that there was a girl I knew back in the day named SKG. She was black, Asian, about 5'6", 115 pounds. Now somebody else saying they SKG. And they deal with a person that deals with Keefe D. They deal with a person who hated Tupac. All these people were saying the most horrible things about Tupac that you possibly can say about a man. And it was all lies. Now they want to act like they're going to report what's going on. But these guys is in Keefe D's camp, who tried to bail him out and help him. I don't look for bad on him, but I don't look for good on him. It is what it is. But at the same time, I think it's an opportunity for him to clear the board.
Are you saying
you know the truth?
You know what, Vicky? If Snoop was a witness, do you honestly think? I mean, think about, and this is a question for everybody. I don't think he'd say shit. I don't think any of these individuals would say anything, even like at all. I just don't. I don't see it. I mean, you too, Sugar. Hey, Sugar's not saying anything. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's a whole lot of, like Anisha Lynn said, it's a whole lot of nothing. It's a whole lot of just deflection, a whole lot of verbal vomit. I mean, promotion of his book. That's all it is. That's all it is. Anyways, let me stop.
Truth.
Are you saying that there's someone who either hired or sent Keefe D on this mission to kill Tupac?
You know, one of the things you got to realize, this was assassination. It wasn't over no chain. It wasn't over no colors. This was assassination. And they can do one who assassinated Kennedy and everybody can talk about it. But when it comes to Tupac, nobody really wants the truth, because the fact that the truth would have set me free. The truth wouldn't have caused them, the same people who allowed them to lie on me, it's the same people. You got to remember one thing, Harvey.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Just end it. This call will be ended and or monitored. Just stop. You said I'm shaking my head. Lord have mercy.
We got a lot in common. You started 10Z, you are 10Z. I ain't seen people over the years say, you know what? I'm going to start my own 10Z. You know what? I'm going to do some on my own. And they fail and they fail and they fail. That's like,
you got between the record label, I'm going to do this. He wanted to do his own clothing line. Did he? I think I read somewhere that he wanted to do his own clothing line too. It's all self-promotion, y'all. It's all self-promotion. Okay?
People say about Death Row. Well, I'm going to start my own Death Row. I'm going to be Death Row. And they fail and they fail and they fail. That's why I with you, because we got a lot in common. But this is the thing. When it's all said and done, this really...
He said, we got a lot in common. Suge Knight and Harvey got a lot in common. That's why I fuck with you, he said. So we got a lot in common. Go to church, Harvey. You got Suge Knight saying that to you. Go to church, get baptized, get an exorcism, because you don't want to have a lot in common with Suge Knight.
All this stuff constantly destroying hip-hop. Hip-hop is one of the most influenced art that you can think of. And even today, you got guys still paying for stuff that they have no reason to get a fair shake. Shots goes out to Lil Durk. Shot goes out to the other little young guy who's real, Pooh Shiesty, even NBA guy. It's on us to lay our truth down to help the people behind us. We so caught up in look at me, look at me, look at me. We got to figure out how to fix this. Only way we can fix this is by putting everything on the table.
What the hell is he talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Does anybody? I don't understand. What is he saying? Oh, Lord have mercy.
So, you know, Sugar, I have talked to you. I have talked to you over the years about this. And there's something I don't understand, because you just said a few minutes ago that you are not into revenge. That's why you're not going to talk. But Tupac was a close friend of yours. And isn't there a difference between revenge and justice? That you said earlier that Keefe D is full of and that you were kind of scoffing at him. So do you feel like there should be, I guess, what I call justice in the system, where he's convicted and maybe others come forward and are convicted as well? Or do you think this should all be shut down?
Well, I think it's no justice from a man come from the inner cities in the courts. I think it's all revenge. So we never get justice. So when you really look at it,
You have 60 seconds remaining.
you just had it on your show, a white woman stabs a black man to death and kills him, and they get 3 or 4 years. People had guns, and they had tests to prove they was trying to kill me. It was a hit, and someone dies, and look how much time I got.
Seems like Suge was watching yesterday. He made the reference to Courtney Clenny.
Yeah.
Getting out in less than 2 years.
Well, you heard they said 60 seconds left, and they mean business in the penitentiary. So we have lost Suge, but I think he gave us his view of.
I really want to hear from him once Keefe D takes the stand and says whatever he's going to say, because it sounds like what
Keefe D is going to take the stand. Has that been determined? Keefe D should not take the stand. He should not take the stand. So, okay, I'm confused. What did he say in that last sentence? So he was making reference to the woman, but what else did he say here? Because this guy talks in like subliminals, but like if every once in a while I'm able to like pick up. Okay.
You got to remember one thing, Harvey.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
What I like about you, Harvey, we got a lot in common. You started TMZ, you are TMZ. I have seen people over the years say, you know what? I'm going to start my own TMZ. You know what? I'm going to do some on my own. And they fail, and they fail, and they fail. That's like what people say about Death Row. Well, I'm going to start my own Death Row. I'm going to be Death Row. And they fail, and they fail, and they fail. That's why I with you, because we got a lot in common. But this is the thing. When it's all said and done, this really, all this stuff constantly destroying hip-hop. Hip-hop is one of the most influenced art that you can think of. And even today, you got guys still paying for stuff that they have no reason to get a fair shake. Shot goes out to Lil Durk. Shot goes out to the other little young guy who's real, Pooh Shiesty, even NBA guy. It's on us to lay our truth down to help the people behind us. We so caught up in look at me, look at me, look at me. We got to figure out how to fix this. Only way we can fix this is by putting everything on the table.
So, you know, Suge, I have talked to you. I have talked to you over the years about this, and there's something I don't understand, because you just said a few minutes ago that you are not into revenge. That's why you're not going to talk. But Tupac was a close friend of yours, and isn't there a difference between revenge and justice? That you said earlier that Keefe D is full of and that you were kind of scoffing at him. So do you feel like there should be, I guess, what I call justice in the system where he's convicted and maybe others come forward and are convicted as well? Or do you think this should all be shut down?
Well, I think it's no justice from a man come from the inner cities in the courts. I think it's all revenge. So we never get justice. So when you really look at it,
You have 60 seconds remaining.
you just had it on your show, a white woman stabs a black man to death and kills him, and they get 3 or 4 years. People had guns, and they had tests to prove they was trying to kill me. It was a hit, and someone dies, and look how much time I got.
Seems like Suge was watching yesterday. He made the reference to Courtney Clenny.
Courtney Fleming.
Getting
Interesting. That's what I gotta say about that. I mean, listen, they document everything. Yeah, so I'm getting messages that they are in the process. There were motions that were filed to have certain things suppressed. So maybe this is kind of why we're not seeing a whole lot here. So there's that. But I mean, I'll keep an eye out. I'm trying to log in again and see if anything has come up, but I don't see anything yet. Let's see what the people are saying. Hold up, y'all. Let's see. Trial for 1996. I'm waiting to see if anything new comes about. She wanted the art book. I don't know. Hold up, y'all. Let me see if I can pull anything. Oh, this is Nightline. They're gonna freaking take me down. I can't do Nightline. They always take people down. Give me one sec. Jeez. Well, I mean, I think he said a whole lot of nothing and he made a book promotion, that's for sure. But I'm not surprised. Suge Knight said he wasn't going to do X, Y, and Z. He wasn't going to talk. He's just not going to do it. That's what he's just not going to do. Nothing surprises me. But he talks in circles. It's very interesting. Full interview with Suge Knight speaks from prison about Diddy. Then Reggie Wright reacts to Keefe D's interview. He's still snitching, he says. And let me see. What else is coming about this? Tupac Shakur, hold up, 21 hours. Suspect breaks silence. He hasn't even talked yet. I hope he doesn't. If he takes the stand, I don't think it's going to be a very good. I don't think it's going to be very good of him, you know? Ooh. I'm going to search some documents, guys. Hold up.
Murder is standing trial. Jury selection began this morning for Duane Keefe D. Davis.
Davis allegedly helped plan the shooting, but was not the one who pulled the trigger. He's been in jail since 2023. Fox 5 Victoria Saha has the latest so far from the courtroom.
It is day one of jury selection for the Tupac murder trial. We just got word that out of a pool of 75 jurors, 15 to 20 jurors were let go. So they have to now narrow this down to 16 jurors for this case, now 30 years in the making. We do know that jury selection will last about a week, with this trial lasting at least 4 to 6 weeks. Duane Davis has been in custody since 2023. He is the man accused of orchestrating the 1996 killing of rap icon Tupac Shakur. He also came out with a tell-all book that he co-authored a few years ago, detailing some descriptions of that night, of his interactions with Tupac. However, in a recent jailhouse interview with me, Mr. Davis says that he did not write the book. It was a ghostwriter. And despite telling him that, hey, your name is on the front cover, these are the pictures that you provided, he was not happy about it. He kept saying that he did not want to talk about the book. He didn't write the book.
Yeah, he did say that. Oh my God, my camera battery died, y'all. It's okay. I'm going to see. I'm trying to get, I'm going to have to do this when I'm offline because I can't do it here. I'm going to have to wait. The camera battery went off. Oh my God, right on time. All right. So yeah, that shit was funny when he did that. When he put that book up there, he was pissed off. If you don't stop, I'm going to end this interview. He's like, I didn't even do it. I didn't write it. I didn't do it. Right? Hold up, y'all.
And he kept emphasizing that he is innocent. And he also says that he's not worried if he does happen to lose in this court. He says that he will take it up to the next court as well. Again, this trial is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. We've got some key names on that witness list as well. So we're talking Suge Knight, the CEO of Death Records back in the day. He's in prison in California. Unclear yet if he will be appearing virtually or if they're going to transport him from California. And then we have family members of Tupac Shakur as well. In today's jury selection process, we did see some fans who came in to that overflow room to see this trial for themselves. I did hear that Tupac's family is in this courthouse as well, but unclear what their role is for today. Again, jury selection for Tupac Shakur's murder trial just wrapping up here. This is day one. It's expected to last at least a week.
And to get up to speed on the events leading up to Davis's arrest, our Victoria Saha put together a timeline, which you can find on fox5vegas.com.
Well, let me stop right here. All right, y'all. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to log off. Oh, I hit my elbow. I'm going to log off. Damn, that hurt. I'm going to log off. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm going to log off and I'm going to try to, I got to make some phone calls before they close the courthouse because I really do want to get this information for you guys and everything, because I think it's important. And I'm upset that I can't get it quite yet. And I thought we were going to be a little bit more successful than this. So let me find out. But let me shout out some people before I log off. Mara Mello, thank you so much for the jewels. Thank you. Tina, thank you so much for the jewels. Tina, thank you for the jewels. Tina, thank you for the jewels. Nebby, thank you, thank you, thank you. Made in Media Worldwide, thank you so much for the laughing disco. Mickey, thank you. Mickey, thank you. Mixed with Miss Addie, thank you so much. SJ, thank you so much. Miss Toby, thank you, thank you, thank you. Leticia, thank you. Mara Mello, thank you for gifting 1 membership. I believe somebody in the chat did receive it. Thank you. Very sweet of you. May, thank you. Mayberry, thank you so much for the floating heart. Is it Easy Vera Cabrera? Thank you so much for the flower. Woozy, is it Wooshi? Wooshi, thank you so much for the goat trophy. Love, thank you. SJ, thank you so much for the jewels in the, I think it's called the flow state. All right, y'all. I gotta go. I'm gonna make some phone calls. I gotta go make some phone calls, and I will get back to you guys. Hopefully, we'll get somewhere. I'm hoping, man. Keep your fingers crossed, because now I gotta side eye this situation over here, and I want to figure out what had happened. And I need some water too. All right, hit the like button. Bye, guys. Thank you, guys, and don't forget to check the first live that we did today that we had to end early. Yeah. All right. Bye.